Due to the graphic nature of the personal accounts and content discussed in this podcast, listener discretion is advised. Many episodes will include graphic personal accounts and discussions of child sexual assault, domestic violence, physical abuse, rape, sexual situations, and suicide.
Oh my child, I know you're hurt and you can't let go. It's not your fault and you don't deserve all the bad and the hurt. I know you tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up. Just hold on tight. It'll be alright.
Hello and welcome to Latter-day Survivors. I'm your host, Sarah Haley. Today on the call with me, I have Jen. She reached out to us via our website, and I really identified with her story. Whenever we get a story submitted through our website or any platform, all of us hosts, since there's 4 of us, we all kind of read it and get a feel for it. And I really identified with Jen's story. I felt like it really lined up a lot with my story. And so I'm really excited to have her on here today. So I'm not going to go too much into your story because that's your story to tell. But Jen, thank you for being with us today. I'm excited to hear from you. So whenever you're ready, take it away.
All right. Well, I guess the beginning's the best place to start, right? So I was born and raised in a very active family in the LDS church. So they were both active in the church when they met. They met through I think if I remember the name right, it's called Mormon Youth Choir. It used to be kind of like a single adults MOTAB choir, and
And where was this, or where did you grow up?
Salt Lake.
Okay.
All of it is Salt Lake. She grew up in the Avenues, and then my biological father, he grew up in Murray. Well, and they actually moved around quite a bit, but like they met in Salt Lake. He was like born in Salt Lake, and then they met in Salt Lake. So like all my life I've been in Salt Lake, in the Salt Lake area. I don't know that I'm gonna go too much into detail into their story on how they met, but it's like really, to me, their story is like really cringy. Like it feels like they think it's like the most cute story, so romantic. Like he was so charming, and like I don't see it that way when they tell it. I'm like, he like stalked you, and I know that she said no multiple times before saying yes to a date, and that was only because her dad told him to give like to give him a chance, and I was like, what? So they think it's like the cutest thing, and it's just like, so, and they think that like persistence is like charming and stuff. I'm like, that's no, that's not. You married your stalker. That's what happened.
That's a little cringy. I actually identify with that because that's kind of what happened with my husband and I, and actually soon to be ex-husband now.
Yeah.
Was he, asked me out multiple times, and it was always no, and he was always everywhere, like.
Right.
Yeah.
So like even that is like a huge red flag to me. I was like, well, like knowing what I know now, I was like, well, I guess it makes sense how it would have happened, but damn. Anyway, so I have 3 older brothers. my relationship with them, it can be kind of complicated sometimes. Like I'm probably closest to the youngest of them. But and we'll get into some of the reasons why on like as my story goes through. Um, so and kind of a preamble to my childhood. I did it. I All my life I was like, yeah, I had a good childhood, but like I didn't realize I was traumatized and just how traumatized I was until adulthood when it started coming out in various ways, and I was very self-destructive, and it's I probably won't go into much detail on that because there's like some discretion that needs to be um there. And but it wasn't very pretty in my adult years. And so um just realizing like just how traumatized, and I think what really like brought it to light and shined the spotlight on it was when I so my husband and I actually used to work in the same we were both working at home, and so like we had like two desks in like the biggest room in our house, and we were just like I was working at one desk, he was working at the other, and we actually um at the time we're going to marriage counseling. I was going to my own therapist too, and my own therapist actually recommended I read a book called Toxic Parents, just based off of like the things that we were talking about. She's like, I think you need to read this. So, I actually just put it on speaker while we were working, and we were like, just listening to it, and we would have to put it on pause, and it's like, oh my God, like he's done every single one of these. Like, and we'd just keep pausing it and talking about like examples of what he would like specifically my dad would do. I don't really normally refer to him as mom and dad to other people, but I'm not gonna use his name on here either, just because um there's other people I'm trying to like protect that I'm close to in my
I
life.
understand
So,
that.
so on this, I'll kind of refer to them. I don't know, maybe give them pseudonyms. I don't even know what pseudonyms to give them. Um, but I don't like referring to them as mom and dad.
That's neat that your husband listened with you as well. That
Yeah,
was probably quite helpful to help you talk through things and really dive into things, help you bounce things off of him. That's awesome that he was
yeah,
there.
it was great, and um, I mean, like for a time, like I said, like we were going through a rough time in our marriage. So, like there were days when he was like super supportive, and then like days when it was like, not so much. But like he is a very supportive person. But like the self-destructive behaviors that I was doing, what um, it affected him a lot in a negative way, and I don't know. Honestly really hurts me that like it, I try not to like my therapist and I have talked about this a lot about like I was in a like survival mode, and like yeah, I did those things and it was wrong, but um but there's a point when I also have to put the responsibility where it was due.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, we'll get more into that as my story progresses. So, like, there's a lot of gaps in my memory as far as childhood goes, and so there's like a lot that I'm still not remembering. So there could be like more that I don't even know about, but
Yeah. And that's definitely typical, and that definitely happens. And um I know that since I told my story on this podcast a year and a half ago, I've since been trying to connect dots because I have that same thing where, I don't remember everything from my childhood, and I know there's a lot that I don't remember, and our brains do that to protect us, and I'm sure you've learned that in therapy. Like, our brains keep, you know, make us forget things for our own safety. And sometimes we either never remember them or we only remember them when we're in a safe place. Kind of like you said, you didn't realize you were traumatized until you were an adult where you were safe to explore that. So that's so typical. And that same thing has happened to me since I told my story on here. I decided I wanted to fill in the gaps and I wanted to start connecting dots. And I still haven't obviously connected all the dots and I haven't filled in all the gaps, but there's so much more now to my story than there was then. And it just, as you're ready, more comes, and it won't until you're ready, and that's okay. It's all important, to do self-care. Like you said, for a while you were in survival mode and you do what it takes to survive, and that's okay. And then as you get better, you move forward, you get better, you do better, and that's okay. But things will come over time, and your body knows what it needs and your mind knows what it needs, so you're doing great.
Kind of trauma kind of begins, and it's kind of weird because I don't really remember this happening. I think I was too young to remember this, but you know, he he kind of tells on himself a lot, and it's like he'll tell stories and stuff, and then like it's like that wasn't okay. Like you tell it as like a humorous story, and that really is like really cringy. Like and he did that with jokes too. Like he thinks it's like so funny. These jokes that he comes up with, but they are so devastating, especially to us kids. The first one I'm gonna share is he actually told this, like, and this is kind of like the to kind of share the kind of character he is. He would share the story about how like um I was really little and I came to the like we were at a park during like some sort of family gathering, and I was playing on the playground, and I came and I was like crying, and yeah, my mom was busy with something else, and he um was trying to get me to stop crying, and so he's like, so to kind of cheer you up, I threw you up into the air, but we were in a pavilion and you hit your head on the top of the pavilion, like the rafters or something, whatever was there. And like when I like then he was like, okay, well now you can cry. And it's like, but you didn't even know what was happening before. You don't know you didn't even try to figure out like why I was crying before either. Like so it's like, oh, so I can cry like when you do it? Like I don't understand. Like he would tell jokes throughout our childhood. I'll share kind of try to get through some of them because one, it's really emotional for me because after like realizing what those jokes were and like how it was just like so horrible that he even thought like this about his own kids, it's devastating. Um and another thing is I am really really bad at retelling jokes. Like I it just goes I'm like I know the joke, I can't like put it into words. Like I've heard the joke and it's like not I don't know. To me it's not really a joke, but it's a joke to him. Um so one of them is like, Jen, when she was young, her brain grew and it grew and it grew and it grew until it was the size of a pea. And then it rolled out her ear. And um and then another one, it was like And he'd sit there and explain the joke to people until they laughed. He had to get a laugh out of them. He did that with all jokes, but it's just not a funny joke. And it was probably a red flag to a lot of people. So when they're not laughing, and he's just sitting there explaining it until they get a laugh. I don't know. It's all a joke to him. Another one of them is that, um, my kids when they're in school, how if a teacher asks them how do you handle bullies, and my kids would answer, my kids answer, "Mom, can you get Dad to stop?" And the problem with that is he actually it was so true for us. Um he would do things and just torment us endlessly, and we would beg him to stop, beg him, and like the we were kind of learning that the best way to handle it was not to react, and then he would eventually stop, but the reaction is uh, what kind of kept him doing it. He would just keep doing it and keep doing it, and
So he
and
knew that he was being a bully, pretty much.
yeah, he knew he was being a bully, and honestly, I think he was proud of it, because he always got this smirk on his face, um, when he knew he was hurting someone. It's there's this smirk that he gets, and it's just the worst look you could possibly imagine. It haunts me, that he could even be happy that his kids are begging him to stop, begging like even when his kids are hurting by someone else. Is it's just, I don't know, disgusting to me. Like
Yeah.
um and we would try to get her to stop, my mom to stop it. And a lot of times it was oh, well, can't you just take a joke? He's just playing with you. And she just enabled it so much of the time. If we got in trouble, often she would be the one at home, and she would handle it, and she would be don't do that, go to your room, just send us to our room or whatever. Sometimes give us a little pat on the butt. Her spankings weren't really that bad or anything. She did spank us, but it was a little pat. If he was home, and she would just have him handle it, and then his spankings were the ones that were terrifying, and they left at this point I have a sensitive but my husband comes in and spanks me, I'm don't do that, and he gets in trouble with me because I'm you can't do that. You can't. So it was always followed by he would lecture us so much, and it was um always at least an hour, at least. And he would make you repeat things back to him, and if he didn't think you were listening, then he'd ask you a question, and then if you didn't answer it exactly in the way that he was looking for, even though you got the point, so you answer it in your own words, but if you didn't answer it in the exact way that he wanted, then it was like it was wrong, and then he like that would continually lecture for another hour. And so I think part of that actually fed into like um me not doing so good in school because I just get triggered by like if it's a lecture, then it feels like a lecture, I tune it out. Um, I still do that. Um, sorry, I'm still sensitive to it.
Yeah, there's no need to be sorry. That's okay.
Yeah. So lots of tears today.
That is
um,
okay.
don't even know why I bothered with Mika. There's that like the lecturing, like it was pretty clear that he thought I was stupid. There was like another the joke that he learned somewhere else, and then like is I don't know if you've heard this joke, but it's like a mom has a baby, and the um the like the kid, when she's older, she starts asking, "Hey mom, um why did you name me Daisy?" And it's like, "Oh, because that was like the first thing that landed on your head was a daisy." And "Hey mom," and then like the next kid comes up and says, um "Hey, why did you name me Rose?" And then like they answer, "Well, that's the first thing that landed on your head." And then like the third kid comes up and is like, like just says some incoherent thing. I can't repeat it because it's too like triggering. I'm like, I'm not doing that. But they're like, "What was that, cinder block?" Like,
Oh
and that's like the
no.
punchline. And eventually, like, at some point, he called me cinder block once, and then, and it was very common for him to get my brothers in on it, in on these behaviors. Like, um, they don't they don't really do stuff like this so much anymore, but like one of them does. And like I have really hard feelings towards him because he was one of my abusers, and so we'll get to that. um but yeah, it was just really, it was rough. And there was like a point that we went skiing, and like he would there's a lot of things that I actually like now, but like I had no interest in even trying them, but like I was always forced to try stuff that I was terrified of even trying. And there was like one time, like when I was like a little bit more into skiing, like I had already learned how to ski at this point, like, which that in itself, learning how to ski and being forced into that was like terrifying for me. But like eventually I learned to like it, I guess. At some point he wanted to go on the tram at Snowbird, and I had already been traumatized, like probably the time before that, um to go on. So he wanted to go on the tram, and the last time I went on that slope, I um we had to come down. It's called Little Cloud. It's like a black diamond like um route that when you get off the lift, there's like this hill that you have to go across to get to the part that you're supposed to actually ski down.
Uh,
And um and it was like a really steep part that you had to ski, so like there's a slope, and like you're skiing across like the middle of it so that um you get to the safest spot to ski. And I fell while we were on that part, and I did a spread eagle down a long part of that. It was really scary because I was like, I'm not supposed to be on this part. Like, how the heck am I gonna like survive this? And like that's kind of what was going through my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. You know,
Yeah.
goodbye world.
This is how
And
it happens.
yeah, and he skied to go catch me, and so did one of my other brothers. Um, and it- and I mean, it was just really traumatizing. So when he said, "Okay, you want to go on the tram today?" and I was like, "Well, it depends. What does it like? Am I gonna have to ski down Little Cloud?" Because I'm like, I am not skiing down Little Cloud. No way. Um, and he was like, "Well, yeah, but you're a little bit more experienced now, so like you know better." It's like, and so he's just like sitting there trying to convince me, and then he's like, also to get to the tram, there's like a double black diamond part that you have to go down, like a double black diamond. I was like, dude, I'm not even supposed to be on black diamonds. so, um, so he's like, and if I was just giving him so much pushback, I'm like, no, I'm not going. Like, we're not doing it. No, I mean, the tram sounds really like a cool experience, and maybe when I'm older, but like no, I'm not doing that. And then at some point, like I was just giving him so much pushback, and at some point he's just like, come on, Jen, be a man. And I was kind of caught off guard, and it kind of like I laughed because I was like, did I hear him right? Like, what does that even have to do with it? Like, it's like I'm not experienced enough. It has nothing to do with like any of that. It's just no. I said no. And
Right.
he like no was common. Like if you said no to something, he would really like just push back, and there was no end to it until you finally agreed. But that actually became a common phrase for him to use, because like I think part of that, like, why I kept using it is because like I mean, I guess I laughed, and now he like can use it as a joke. And um
Now, you probably said this. Were you the only daughter?
yeah.
Okay. And you
Yeah.
said you had 3 older brothers, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I was the youngest, and I was a girl. So I mean, I get it. I guess like he was used to having boys. It's like, okay, but you have boys. You do that with the boys.
Right.
You go, you know. But I mean, not to be like sound sexist or anything, like, but like, I mean, I was just like this little girl, and I was very, very girly. Like, I was a very girly girl. Didn't really like doing sports growing up. That actually just kind of hurt because I just felt like when like looking, especially looking back on it now, like I think it really actually hurt because it's like, so you actually wanted me to be a boy? Is that like a thing? And so like I don't know if that's like an accurate thing, but that's kind of how it affected me.
Yeah.
Is that it's like, okay, well, I'm just like not valuable to you because I'm not a boy. Um, and I mean, his whole side of the family is like so misogynistic, and like even in his personal history, like he had 6 older sisters, and he was the first boy in his family. And like in one of the personal histories of like, I think it was my grandpa's personal history, it said something along the lines of, and I might be misquoting here. So, but it was like along the lines of like, oh, well, we had to learn to love our girls until we had boys.
Wow.
Like, that should be unconditional love. Like, you had to learn to love your girls.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. And that's now you said your dad grew up Mormon as well, is that right?
yeah,
Okay. So that I mean that's kind of typical of the Mormon church, like
I don't
it's
know.
it's so often it's, you know, the boys are the ones with value, the boys are the ones that carry the priesthood, the boys are the ones that
Mhm.
speak with God, and the girls are just the helpmeet. The girls
Yeah.
are just the you know, second rate. They say that we're not, but
They are.
how it's viewed, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. And I get that's like that they're just a product of like the religion and stuff, but
That doesn't make it okay.
it does not, no. So like I understand how it happened, but it doesn't excuse it.
Right.
Excuse the behavior for sure. Just like things like that happen throughout childhood. I'm sure I'm missing a bunch, but like I said, there's like a ton of like gaps in my memory, so I can't like give you like a line upon line like I hate that phrase.
Right. There's phrases that
um,
are just triggery, but that's definitely one of them.
I don't have like a timeline that is just like set up because there's just too many gaps in my memory. All I can give are like examples of things that I have remembered
Right.
and things that have come up with me just doing my own healing. There's just a lot to it. At some point in my childhood, I was like 7 or 8, is when I would put it. I just know that it was around the time of baptism, like because there was like a question of like, um, I would remember, I would, when we would have conversations about like sexuality and about like what bad behavior looks like in sex, like just all the sex education stuff, like they would kind of talk about consent and stuff, like around the bush kind of way.
Right.
Like beat around the bush about it because I don't remember specifically talking about like consent or anything like that, but they would talk about like some of the sex education and and that was like kind of in classes and stuff, and like sometimes would touch on like things that aren't okay, and like it's still really foggy because I this memory just surfaced in June of this year, surfaced to where I acknowledged it because it kept surfacing and got triggered like over the years.
Yeah.
But that I can remember, and I was like, but I didn't acknowledge it because it was like, it's like, oh yeah, well that happened to me, but that was different. Like, it was just like, well yeah, but that was different, you know, but it wasn't. And so this memory is about um my oldest brother, and when I was like 7 or 8, um
What's the age difference between you and your oldest brother?
5 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. So they had you guys all pretty close together.
Yeah, yeah. He would be left alone with us to babysit us quite often. They're like, oh well, he's old enough, so he like, and he's responsible enough, and
Right.
so he over the years would be like, I looked at him like he used to be like one of my favorite brothers because he's the only one who would like play games with me because I wanted to play like Barbies and girly games and play with hair and things like that. And but the entire, like, I've come to realize that the entire time he was playing with me, he was grooming me. And he would introduce like sex stuff into our games that we'd play. Like get the Barbies naked and have them like lay together and um like kind of, he was like, it felt like he was overly obsessed with talking about sex. Like he worked it into like all our games. He worked it into like he would like kind of educate me on like what sperm was and like what, like kind of how it worked, and we weren't even allowed to like say the word sex when we were kids. So I was like, so I knew it was like, like when he was talking about this, it had to be secret. And there was like one time that And this is all I remember. I think it probably could have happened more times than what I'm remembering because, and I'll get to why I think that. But this is the one that has surfaced one night. He was like, "Well, I'm gonna choose this game this time," and he chose to play the game Doctor. And it's like it's really foggy on how we got to this point, but like it kind of goes on the lines of like because I know at some point he was watching like Grey's Anatomy, which has some like sexual content in it, but like it's not like R-rated stuff, but it's
Right.
I don't know. But like I think that's kind of like where he got this idea to like work it into our game. Um and at some point we had our um pants off, and I all I can remember, and it's like so foggy, like I just remember snippets. Um
Right.
at some point I remember him climbing on top of me, and like I don't know that it went any further than that because I do remember that there was like we we knew our parents were home because we could hear them start to unlock the back door of the house, and so like he like just hurried and hopped off, and like and that at that point I was like, well, they're home and he's panicked, so this has to be a secret. And I didn't say anything to them because um my dad could get pretty violent sometimes, with with his words, with um just his behavior when we got in trouble was very abusive, and I, I didn't want to get in trouble too. So I was like, well, I can't talk about this, but there's a part of me that knew something was like up, but couldn't like put my finger on it. But it was like I do know it was like kind of 7 or 8 that this happened because there was always a question in mind where like, okay, so did this happen like before or after baptism? Because I might have to confess something to the bishop, or I might have to talk to the bishop and go repent for this because I can't remember, but I couldn't remember when it happened. So I was like, oh, like, and I was like terrified of what was gonna happen. So I was like, we'll just say it happened before, like before
Yeah.
the age of accountability, so that I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
um,
And that's awful. I mean, obviously, and I know you know at this point, none of it was your fault. You had nothing to repent of.
right,
But what an awful thing for you to carry,
right,
thinking that you had done something wrong that whole time. And,
yeah,
you obviously didn't feel safe enough in your home to take it to anyone for help.
no,
That's awful.
um,
I'm so sorry.
but anyway, so but I've actually confronted him recent. Well, kind of like um I'll get to that. We'll get to that. That's in adult years. We're focused on childhood.
That's fine.
Um, I do know that I was bullied at school and in the neighborhood with the neighborhood kids. And I wasn't the only one bullied. Like I used to gaslight myself like but was I bullied or was I just like overreacting? And I actually think I get that from like my conditioning of what my dad would tell me. I know of times that I came home and I was like I had a rough day at school, like I was being bullied, and I tried to talk to my parents about it. And um which actually frustrates me because in adult years I've actually tried to talk to my mom about it, and she's like, "You were bullied? I didn't know that." And it still boggles my mind. I was like, "Really?" Because I talked to you about it. I know I did because I have memory of invalidating me and saying, "Oh, well, um, you're probably overreacting," or, "Well, what did you do to provoke it?" And
Right.
that's how it was meant. Um, it was always me provoking it, and it wasn't like I did something wrong and I deserved it.
Right. And that probably played right into you gaslighting yourself too, because
Mhm.
he's gaslighting you, you know? Well,
Yeah,
it can't be someone else's fault. You must be doing something wrong.
right. And that's really what it is. And I think there was like something that happened with some of my brother's friends because they got bullied too by like some of the same like the older siblings of the kids that were bullying me. So like they were like all doing it to all of us. Um and I think there was something that came out that like they like people just really didn't like my dad. So like um and so it's like, so that's why you're bullying me? You're bullying me because you don't like my dad. Makes sense. Like, I'm not my dad. Like I said, my brain is like really foggy. So, and I'm really repetitive. So,
That is okay.
sorry everyone.
No, I think you're doing
um,
fantastic.
that's good. So yeah, I got bullied there. So I was getting bullied at school and in the neighborhood and at home. So like not like and it was like the neighbor kids were like also the kids that went to church with us. And so it's like nowhere was safe from
You can't
any
get
of
away
it.
from it.
Um so anyway, so later I think that kind of covers what I can remember about childhood, and that kind of moves into like more high school years. I know that um I was fighting with my dad a lot, and it was just like almost every day we'd fight, especially like I feel like it was more my senior year than anything. As my brother started to like move out of the house, it kind of like just like singled me out to get a lot of it.
Mhm.
And um also he was the bishop of my ward from when I was age that would have been age 14 to clear until I was 19.
Mhm.
Um after I moved out of the house. And I think that's pretty standard for a bishop to serve for 5 years, if I remember correctly. Even if I had anything that I wanted to talk to a bishop about, like a safe space, I didn't have that because my bishop was my dad. And so like if I didn't want to talk to my parents about it, but I wanted to go to my bishop, I I was kind of scared. So
Yeah.
um and so that's hard.
That had to be hard for you as well when you would see that was probably conflicting for you when you would see your dad bullying you and your siblings at home, but then he's a bishop, that's supposed to
mhm,
be this leader in Zion
it
that's,
was,
have
but
a
I had
connection to
yeah.
God, that had to be hard.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's like the point that my testimony was the strongest of for some reason. I don't know why. I had so much cognitive dissonance that, you know, and the whole like bear your testimony when you bear your testimony, like you'll have one. It's like, oh, that is so true because like I was that person. I was getting up like every month, and I like didn't necessarily believe it when I started this, but um as I did it, um my testimony grew, and it's because that's how brainwashing works. That's how brainwashing works.
Exactly.
Is they make you repeat it. They make you say it out loud. They make you uh, like they just make you do this and repeat it, and like as you repeat it, then your brain starts to like absorb it as truth, and when it's not. And like, oh, back to childhood, he also would, like, if we were sad or something, if we were crying, um, he would like always invalidate us, like, oh, wouldn't you be happier if you were happy? He had like sayings like that, like multiple. Another one was like, and I guess this is like into teenagers too, but like another one was like, um, well, crap, it went out of my head.
That's okay.
He made us repeat this stuff though, and so it was like, and I actually remember sharing one of them as in a talk as a teenager, and I actually got it wrong. So I mixed up the order of how it was supposed to be said. He was like, just so you know, like you messed up the order. I was like, well, that just tells you how untrue it is. I just remembered it. It's all about attitude, and attitude is all a matter of choice. Like if he wanted you to do something, or if you're like feeling sad, he's like, oh, it's just a matter of attitude, and attitude is just a matter of choice. Or wouldn't you oh, I already said, wouldn't you be happier if you're happy? And then like, oh, another one, which is like one of the ones that he would make us like repeat in some of his lectures, like, repeat after me. I can be happy in the face of adversity. Like, just so invalidating, and it just like, um,
Yeah, that is invalidating. And that's one thing that I've learned in the, post-Mormon space. Like, we're taught that sadness and anger and all of these emotions come from, Satan or come from the devil. So any emotion
yeah,
that isn't a happy emotion isn't okay to have.
right,
So, you don't learn how to just sit in your sadness or how to just sit in your anger. And those emotions are healing and those emotions are
they are,
important, but we're
yeah,
not allowed to have them. Like you said, we're invalidated constantly and we learn to invalidate ourselves to where we don't trust
hmm,
our own emotions.
yeah, and but like for him, it was like constantly invalidating, and it's like, and often he would actually tell us like, oh, well, you must feel this way, and like he would try to sound really like introspective and just try to sound wise when it was just like all just trying to invalidate you. And he would just tell us how we feel and tell us, like, act like he could read our minds, expect us to be able to read his minds. I'm at a point where I'm like, I 1000% hate guessing games. I hate guessing games because of him.
Wow.
Because he'd be like, "Hey, guess what? Like, guess what this is?" And you sat there having to guess, and you have to like sit here like trying to like read his mind, like. And if you don't say it exactly the way he's thinking, it's like it's not right, and you have to keep guessing. And then it's like you get further from what he's trying to get because like he already said no to like what the answer was, and I don't know, I hate guessing games. So like when my husband is like, "Well, guess what?" I'm like, "You're gonna have to tell me. I'm not doing this. I'm out."
We're not playing this game.
Yeah. I mean, he's just like a really grandiose, egotistical, like, um, he, like, if you know anything about narcissism, he, like, I don't know if he has a diagnosis. I'm not a therapist, but he has done every single one of the behaviors that
Yeah.
I can pinpoint. Like, the relationship ones, like, I don't know about that. That's none of my business. But the ones that I can pinpoint, because like I'm not the one married to him. That's for my mom to decipher. Um, and and like my issue with her is that she just oftentimes like would be in her room while we were getting these lectures, and then we would be like, well, why does he have to be so mean? She's like, oh, your dad just gets excited. Oh, often it was like, can't you just take a joke? Oh, I missed a huge part of my story in childhood.
That's fine.
Um, I think part of why how part of how my oldest brother could have started doing these behaviors. I do know that he himself was abused. I won't go into details on that. Not my story to tell, but I do know some of like how that happened, and he was abused by someone else.
Yeah.
Um, so there's that, but another thing is one thing that um my dad would do is, well, multiple things that he would do is like when I was getting changed, he would be really aware that I was being changed. My door would be closed. I didn't have a lock on my door. I wasn't allowed to have one. Um, don't know why, but I think part of it was like control. Um, but another part I think goes into like a darker part of him, which I actually question if he did anything to me. I don't remember him doing anything to me, but I'm saying it's possible. Oftentimes, like I was the only girl. Since I was the only girl, I had my own room in the upstairs, and the three boys shared a room in the basement.
Mhm.
And oftentimes he would walk by my door and just like open it while I'm changing or like doing whatever. But like even then, like he doesn't know what I'm doing in there. Like why are you opening my door? Like
Right.
um but a lot of times he would be fully aware that I was changing, and he would like I had just gotten out of the shower or something, and he would like do that. Uh, Other things he would do was like when I was in the shower, he would like I would lock the door. I would be sure to lock the door, and he would break into the bathroom and just kind of like, and I know that he did this to like everyone in the house, but it honestly felt like he did it more to me. Like he broke into the bathroom like multiple times while I was in the shower, whereas like I remember him doing it like one time when my brothers were in the shower, like one he would go in once and then like come back and the joke was over.
Yeah.
Like me, he would like keep dumping it on me. Like
Yeah.
he would come in and dump a cold glass of water on me, and he would come in multiple times. Sometimes he would reach into the shower and change the temperature dials, um which I'm like, he had to have seen me. One, he's a tall person, so
Yeah.
I don't doubt that he could see over um the curtain. And also opening the curtain, that's like to get to the temperature dial, that's a whole nother thing. When I was just going to the bathroom, he would try to like break in, and there were multiple times, and like I would be on the other side of the door naked, and I was like trying to like push him out, but he was still trying to push into the bathroom. Um,
Yeah, that's not okay.
and a lot of that was actually one of like sometimes when he was like lecturing me, I would like run to the bathroom, and I would try to lock myself in there to try and get away from it, and um I would lock the door, and he would like still try to push through the bathroom door. But I was like, I would go to the bathroom because at least there's a lock on that door. There's no lock on my bedroom door, so the bathroom just seemed a little bit safer, so I could just get some space. So yeah, there's just like things like that that I don't know if he did anything to me, but I suspect it. Oh, another thing that my dad would do when he took a shower, so his bathroom didn't have a shower, like the master bathroom didn't have a shower or a bath or anything. It was just like a
Like a half
half
bath.
bath.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he would have to take it in like the main bathroom, which is also the one that I used, so like their bedroom was right next to the bathroom. So, but he would had to go through the hallway to get to their bedroom, but he would never wear a robe or anything to get to from the bathroom to the bedroom. And I remember like he did that often, and like a lot of times like he did it like when he knew people were home, and like the hallway is a main area of the house, and my bedroom was like kitty corner from the bathroom. And so I got in trouble once for he lectured me for a while about walking out of my room when he was going through the shower, and I was like, I'm just existing. I just wanted to come out of my room and go get like a drink of water. Um, I'm just existing. Also, like the hallway was like direct line, like you could see down the whole hallway from the living room. So how dare I be there? How dare I exist? And honestly, I think back on it, and it's not like he didn't have a robe. There were robes that were stored in the bathroom. There were towel. He could have wrapped himself in a towel. He could have brought clothes in with him. There were options, and honestly, I'm like, I question that he was doing that on accident. I don't know that he was. Because it was every time
Right.
he never used a robe. So I think that's about the last thing. So I honestly think that part of like what happened to me by my brothers was partially like learned behavior. He was like setting an example for them that things like this were okay.
Definitely, I mean, that could definitely explain it, and like we said earlier, it definitely does not excuse it by any means, and um, that's one thing, that I first struggled with my story was, I was sexually abused by my older brother for a long period of time, and,
Right.
one of my first questions was, he started abusing me when he was only, like, 12 or 13, which is young, you know? So the question was, like, where did he learn it? Like he must have been
Right.
abused, which actually since then I've learned that he was abused. But
Right.
that doesn't change the fact that he abused me. And
No.
that doesn't make it okay. And that doesn't excuse
No.
it. And that doesn't take away
It
from the
doesn't.
fact that I was abused. So that it it still it doesn't invalidate your story at all.
No.
They had an issue, but then they turned it around on you and that's not okay.
Yeah, and it's often that some of the abused become abusers, and I honestly, I think that part of that could be true of my dad as well. Like I think at some point, yeah, he was a victim, but at some point he made a choice to instead like face his the darkness inside him, like face it and try to figure it out. He decided to um create a coping mechanism out of it. And he has actually touched on this even in adult years. Like, there's like a time that we like as a family we were like really like, well, obviously we still do. I'm no contact with them, so but even for a long time when we were in contact with them, like we were just like struggling as a family to like get along at all. And I suggested that maybe it would be a good idea to get like family therapy, try to figure this stuff out. And for a moment I thought like he was gonna do it because he's like, well, maybe you're right, maybe we do need therapy. But he's like, but I've had years of like just coming up, getting like coping mechanisms and all that stuff, and I'm like thinking back on it now, I'm like, yeah, but your coping mechanisms hurt people. That's what your coping mechanisms are doing.
Yeah.
You need to learn new coping mechanisms to not hurt people. I think he was a victim too, but he just like stayed a victim, and like there's a point when you have to convert from victim to like survivor and be like, I survived these, and yeah, this happened, but I'm gonna use it and channel it into something good and doing good thing, like channel it into like being better, breaking the cycles. And um I'm definitely mm, trying to do that with my own kids. Like it's like I'm not perfect at it at all. I still have some things that like start getting angry or anxious, and I like kind of like explode, and I was like, dial it back, Jen, dial it back. And it's sometimes a little bit funny to watch, but sad to watch at the same time. I don't know. Kind of laugh at myself sometimes because like I'll like start bullying up into like in a panicky like explosion, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Mommy's gonna go take a break now. You're okay. Just I love you. Try not to do this though, because that wasn't okay. That what you did right there, that wasn't okay. But mommy shouldn't have reacted like that, and mommy's working on it. Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's really hard to kind of um break those cycles. So
And that's huge. That's huge, breaking those cycles and also learning to apologize to your kids.
yeah. Oh
That's
my gosh.
something that's so hard, and that's one thing
Yeah.
that I've had to learn, that at first when they were little, I didn't realize, like parents aren't wrong. Parents don't have to
Yeah.
apologize. But
Yeah.
that's huge, and that's the biggest one of the biggest ways that we can break those cycles is
Yeah.
to show our kids that parents aren't perfect either, and
Right.
parents make mistakes, and it's okay to
Yeah.
call us on our shit.
Yeah. Right. And she does. She's 4, and she's calling me on my shit all the time, and I'm like,
Awesome.
she's got spunk. I'm like, oh, you're gonna be okay. You're good, doing good things. You're calling mommy out. And another thing I've like been trying to teach her is like, it's like you're a person too. You deserve respect. Like even like um, you just deserve respect. If someone treats you like this, it's not okay. Like just been trying to teach her that. So oh yeah, there's like another thing like kind of like happened in my teenager years that proud that he like never apologized, because there's like this story that one time that he shared this story, and he's like, yeah, mom and I were out in the car driving, and like we had been like talking about, I don't know what they were talking about. I don't remember if they specified or not. I don't care. But he was just like, it's like he knew he did never apologize, but he would share this story like all the time about how when they were on the date, he was like, I'm so sorry. And like my mom was like taken back that he even apologized, and he was like proud of this. And it's like, proud that you apologized once, or just proud that you never apologize? Still breaks my brain a little bit. It's just not okay, like the way he treats people. And I think there's like a reason why a lot of us didn't have friends, is because like people saw the red flags um in him and didn't really like him, and so they just kind of like distanced themselves, and then like the kids, I guess, just like caught on to it. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but that's kind of how I look at it. So in my teenage years, we were fighting in high school a lot. it was just really stressful because I mean, there's already the drama of high school, but then add on like at home, you're getting all this drama too. It's not okay. And I was actually struggling in high school. I was struggling to like focus, and um sometimes I'd have to be like, now what did they say in class? Like I'd have to ask some of my friends that were in the same classes because I'm like, what did they say about this? I don't remember. And I think part of it is that I would honestly, if the teacher was like going on for like a long period of time, which teachers do, that's kind of like their job. But like, I think part of it is like I would zone out, and I would zone out during his lectures too, and he would call that like, oh, hello, you listening to me? Anyone there? Like, are you in La La Land? And I actually realized that I'm like, what he called La La Land was me dissociating. I was dissociated. Like, I've come to realize that now, but
Yeah, and that's one of those survival techniques that
yeah,
we do without realizing, is that
yeah,
dissociation.
yeah. So, and I mean, we didn't realize it at the time, but like he'd do that to all of us. Like, be like, "Are you in La La Land? Come out of La La Land, or it's to Jen, or it's to whoever he's talking to." But like, a lot of it was just like emotionally and psychologically abusive, and then like I consider the spankings that he would give physically abusive because they were hard. And like I know that my brother and I, like when he came home from work, we would run and hide somewhere. Like I spent a lot of time hiding in the closet when he came home, and I would like sit there for a long time until until I could like kind of fill out his mood. Like if he was in a better mood, then I'm like, maybe I'll be okay. I would come out and you know, but we were, and that's just in itself like a sign of like something's not right here. Like I shouldn't have to be hiding from my parent um, when he
Right.
comes home. Just the fact that we were terrified was like a huge red flag. Um, so yeah, into teenagers, I was um, kind of a little bit more. There was like kind of more of a like, oh yeah, my dad's bishop, so like suck it. I don't know. It was like it was it was weird. Like I didn't want to be that person who was like, I think I'm better than anyone else, but I became that person. I did. I'm sorry. It's I was like a teenager and I had like this huge ego and stuff, and I had all these learned behaviors of um just egotisticalness, and I just thought I like was like awesome. And um I also had like positions in like young women's presidencies and stuff, and um like I thought I was like a friendly person. Like I would really try to friend some of the girls that I didn't think really had um as much of a friendship with a lot of the other girls. But there was like a part of me that was also like I was so judgmental. Like I was a judgmental person, and
Yeah. And Mormonism encourages that egotism and that elitism,
yeah,
like we're something special. And like
right,
the higher up calling you have, the more special you are. And your dad's bishop, so you must be pretty darn special,
yeah,
like, and you're getting these leadership positions, and so there must be something special in you that God sees, that he's putting you in these places.
yeah,
And yeah, and that's, we're taught that egotism, and we're told not to judge, but we're taught to judge.
yeah. I just there's a lot of me that like still feels so like terrible for like who I was back then, and I know I didn't know better, but at the same time I'm like, but I don't know how much my actions like affected those girls. Like girls I was around in young women's, and even so, like I remember one of the girls I was on swim team with. She was obviously going through a rough time. I don't like. She was crying. One of her our mutual friends on the swim team was trying to comfort her. I had no clue as to what was happening to her to this day, but I was like, "Well, what happened?" And they kind of like insinuated that something happened to her, and like uh, I remember saying something like, "Oh, something like she like broke the law of chastity," and then like in a just moment of like what I knew at the time was like, "Oh, it's okay. You can repent and everything will be okay and you can be happy again. Like, you'll be all right." And she wasn't even Mormon. She wasn't even Mormon. And actually I made it worse. She started sobbing even more and like the friend that was trying to comfort her like they're like, "You're not helping. You're not helping at all." Because for all I fucking knew, she could have been like raped or something, and I didn't even know the whole story. I didn't know. And I just like saying they're like giving advice that I have no business doing because I was just giving advice off of a situation that I had no idea what the situation was. No
Right.
idea. And like I thought I was helping, but it doesn't help, especially when that person isn't Mormon. Like they don't have the same practices as you. Like so there's that, and I still to this day like I don't know how that affected her. Like I still feel bad because she was obviously going through a rough time, and I know that when people say stuff like that is like so unhelpful to me when I'm already going through a rough time, that it actually can make things worse. It can
Yeah.
make things so much worse, and words really can affect you that much. I'm sorry, but like to sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Like that's bullshit. That's
It is.
bullshit. Um, like there is a such thing as emotional abuse and mental abuse. And I'm
Absolutely.
like,
And it's just
so
as harmful.
yeah, words can really cut deep. And a lot of times it can be like a bit worse than like physical abuse because like physical abuse, like you can heal. Like, I mean, physical abuse is terrible. All abuse is terrible. um, but I'm just saying that like emotional scars are a lot harder to heal from.
They
Um,
really are.
I really like have a heart like for people who are physically abused, don't get me wrong, but like the emotional abuse and they get emotional abuse too, like the people who are like physically abused get that too a lot of the times. And then like I would like rather have a physical beating. I've heard people say stuff like that. Like I'd rather have a physical beating than the emotional scars because
Right.
I can't really heal those. Um
They stick around and it's hard. It's hard.
yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of things that I did when I was a teenager that, like, I didn't ever, like, do anything sexual with, like, anyone in high school, but I would, like, I felt so guilty if I kissed a boy. My first kiss was at 15, which may or may not be normal. I have no idea, like, what's normal. But if there is even is a normal, but like my first kiss was at 15, and um I felt so guilty, and I was like, I'm gonna have to confess to the bishop. Shit, my bishop's my dad. Shit. I'm like, why did you do this, Jenna? I was actually really depressed that day because like I didn't know how I was gonna handle it, and I was like, just keep it a secret. No one has to know, and it's not like you, and I kind of just justified it. It's like it's not like you went any further than that, and um so I mean it was just a kiss. And then like that would go a little bit further into like young women's. We would have like chastity lessons, and like they were talking about like what it looks like, and I was like, oh, okay, so I did nothing wrong. And like have these conversations with myself, like just feeling so guilty just for kissing a boy.
Right.
And before the age that we were supposed to be dating at all, because like we had the 16 rule, and even at 16 you don't touch a boy, you don't kiss them, you don't even have a boyfriend. And then like there was one time when I was on the swim team, and I started on the swim team, the high school swim team, when I was in 9th grade, and ninth grade at the time was still in like the junior highs. I don't know if I've heard that they've kind of changed over to like 7th and 8th grade is like middle school, and then or junior high, and then like 9th grade is kind of more high school. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't pay attention to that stuff. But so in 9th grade, I started on the swim team, and we would like be carpooled over to the high school to like go to swim practice after school ended. And I remember there was like one time like that my brothers had to take me back to the junior high after swim practice, and they were just taking forever. I can't even remember if it was like a concert because I was in orchestra, or if it was like, I just don't remember. I don't remember what what I had to get back to the junior high for. It was just like something that I was gonna be late to because they were taking forever and getting changed back into their normal clothes after swim practice. And so like I'm just like sitting when I'm waiting. I tried calling them, no answer. And one of my friends comes out and like, "You're still waiting?" And they like look at their watch and or their phone, whatever. They weren't wearing a watch, but their phone, and they are like, "Don't you need to get going? I thought you had this." I'm like, "Yeah, I do, but I I, I don't know what to do." And I can't drive. They were like 20 minutes later, they still weren't out. So she came up with this brilliant idea, like, "Hey, why don't you just like go up the stairs to up by the locker room? There's a door that like separates. Just open it a crack, yell into them saying, 'Hey, brothers, we gotta go. Like, I'm running late. Like, where are you?'" And I remember when we got home later that night, I got in huge trouble, and it was like that was right around the time that my dad was just put in as bishop. They weren't in trouble for like making me late. They weren't in trouble for like taking forever in the locker room. Like, it just didn't matter that like they made me late, and I like kind of got in trouble with my peers and with the teacher that was in charge for being late. I think it might have been a play or play practice. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's water under the bridge. There was something that night, and I was late for it, um and like they got zero punishment, but I got in trouble because I went up to the boys' locker room and just for opening the door just a crack so I could just get a message to them since they weren't answering their phones. And it wasn't even about like, "Hey, like this could have turned out really bad. Like, you realize like you went you um it was more about like just like I can just imagine like um in the headlines, new bishop's daughter goes into the boys' locker room. It's like anyone's gonna care about that. I kind of remember thinking about that. I was like, someone's gonna write a story about this. I don't understand. Are you gonna tell them? I don't get how they would even like figure that out. It was more about his image than anything. I got in trouble for his image because I could have tainted it by cracking the door open just to yell into my brothers. And I was like, I don't understand how what I did was wrong. Like, I didn't go into the locker room, didn't step foot in there at all. So I think that actually was emotionally damaged me, and I think it kind of cracked me a little bit, just to like start breaking the cycle at that point, because it was like, I don't get it. I don't get why I'm in trouble for this.
Right.
Like, it's the only thing I could have done in this situation. And he had this thing about like, oh, if you're like, when he's tormenting you, doing any of his annoying behaviors, then he's like, oh, I'm just teaching your patience, like just doing his bullying stuff. And he's like, oh, I'm just teaching you patience. And then like you would say like, stop, and he's like, I ain't here, please. And so you'd say like, please stop, and it's like, oh, and he'd do it again, and like, it's like, stop now. And it would just go on like that forever. It was just like, there was no stopping him. Like, you would ask him nicely, and then it would ramp up and up and up until like finally you have just had it, and you just blow up because you already asked him. You asked him nicely. You said please. He gets like that smug look, like, oh, why do you have to act like this? And like, he kind of made me think I was crazy for a while. Like, I have thyroid problems. I was born without a thyroid gland. And he was basically like, oh, maybe you didn't take your medicine today, because thyroid can like make you irritable, like not having enough thyroid. But what he was doing was, it's called reactional abuse, like getting a reaction out of you so that he can show you just how crazy you are for reacting to him doing what he was doing. And there's stuff like that. There's like another thing I just remembered. One of the things that he would do in high school, and it was more like when we were older, but he would like, if you had a hood on your hoodie, he would like pull it over your eyes and then like take the drawstrings. I remember it, like all of us like took the drawstrings out whenever we would get a new sweatshirt, because he would like pull the drawstrings tight, and then he would tie it in a really big knot. He would like just keep tying it and tying it and tying it, and so you like couldn't get it undone, and he wouldn't help you like undo it. Like, either you had like, when my mom wasn't doing anything anymore, she would like have a second to help you, or you had to figure out how to do it behind your own head, like to get it undone. And none of us liked it. And he was always doing it when we were trying to do homework or doing something important. And there's like the whole aspect of like when he would tell those jokes about like my brain rolling out my ear, or like calling me Cinderblock, or like even when he was helping with homework, he would sit there and give stupid analogies that had not like beat around the bush of like helping you with your math. It's like a math problem, and he's giving you this analogy. And I don't have specific examples. I'm really sorry, because I kind of tuned a lot of it out. But it felt like a lecture. Two, sometimes it was like an analogy, even when you were trying to focus on what he was trying to help you with. And sometimes it really just had nothing to do with it. And I honestly think he was trying to play into like, oh, well, you're just like not the smartest. And like, I actually thought for a while that I was dumb. I still kind of do to this day, like have those moments where I'm like, oh, you're so dumb. Like, and it's not like just oh, you're a doofus. Like, that was not the smartest move. Like, it was like, I legitimately like thought that I had like, um, that I was slow or something in some way. I thought like there was like a point when like I actually found a paper that was in like my birth stuff talking about like hypothyroidism and how sometimes it can cause like Down syndrome if it's not caught early enough, and or like mental retardation. So I was like, oh, this is this might be like why. Maybe my thyroid's low and maybe it's been low for a while. Maybe it's been affecting my brain. Um,
That's awful.
so I've just believed for a long time that I'm dumb. In high school, I wouldn't sign up for any of the AP classes, and because I just was like, I would never make it in there. I'm not smart enough to handle that. Like, I would never make it. I would fail and then I wouldn't graduate. And I was terrified. Like, there was a part of me that wanted to because a lot of my friends were doing it. And it would get me, like, farther along in college. Like, it would help, like, college credit, whatever, how that ever that works. Don't even remember how that works because I remember when they were talking about colleges thinking I'm like, well, I'm probably not gonna make it into college. I was terrified of college because I was terrified of like um harder classes because I was like, there's no way I would be able to learn that. There is no way I would be able to do well in these classes. Um so I was just terrified. I don't think I ever even applied to go try and get into a university. Not that I remember anyway. I just ended up going to community college when I was an adult because I didn't think I would even have what it takes to go to a big university. Um, and so, and I only did like 1 year of community college before I ended up getting married. But like, just in high school, it's just hard because I don't know. I believed that I was dumb, and part of me believed that I was worthless, and um, I actually had points when I was when I get into a fight with my dad or get into an argument, and like if one of my brothers like did something to me, or if my dad did something to me, like punched me or like oh yeah, that's one other thing that is that he would do this with all of us, but he would like punch us. And we actually joked 1 year, like, well, it was not as much of a joke, but we talked about 1 year getting a punching bag for him so that he could punch the punching bag and not us, because he would like kind of punch us on our arm, but like a lot of times we didn't want that, and a lot of times it would hurt. I remember like when we got flu shots, like you can't. I remember telling my mom like, don't tell dad that I got a flu shot today, because he's just gonna punch it, and I don't want him to punch it. And he would sit there punching it, and like, again, the only way to like make him stop is not react. Because if you react, that like at all in any way, um, just saying please stop, or if you just like are like stop, that hurts. It's like it doesn't matter how you react. You're screwed any way you react. So that would always lead to an argument, and then like there were times when it's like he would like really hurt you, and then like he and then like you'd be sitting there crying, and it's like, oh, toughen up, I barely touched you. And that actually got picked up by some of my brothers, and um like if they would like do something and then like it really hurt, then it's like, oh, stop, I barely touched you, like I didn't hit, you're just overreacting.
And that sounds, that's so characteristic of a bully or even the narcissistic behavior,
Yeah,
of, just no reaction is how to get them to stop, because bullies are out to look for any kind of reaction, any reaction.
but it's just not been great. And then, so a lot of times we'd actually kind of more rely on my mom. So yeah, I think my senior year, like I actually think that that's when we started like fighting more, and like I really started thinking I was just like crazy because I would like have more like I would blow up a lot more during our fights, and just like they got more like um intense. Like I just, you know, start screaming at my dad at that point, and then I thought I was crazy because he'd like sit there and kind of act all rational, and he's like, oh, see, he's like, you're the one acting like this. And so so I really thought there was something wrong with me, and I guess there was, but it was what he was causing. Ended up graduating high school, which I actually still have nightmares to this day. And I think I'm kind of realizing now that like maybe part of it was because like, um, uh, because there was this belief that I was just stupid. So it was like kind of like a surprise that I did graduate high school. And so like I get nightmares to this day that I'm still in high school and I can't graduate, and I can't figure out why I can't graduate, except for that somehow I keep missing classes, and I just get nightmares about it, and I don't know how to get rid of those ones. Actually, like they just come and like I'll be sitting in high school, and like surprisingly I still am married in these dreams and have kids, but I'm in
But you're
high
in high
school.
school.
So I'm really confused by that. Anyway, so I graduate high school. I do 1 year of community college, and um am becoming like more independent and stuff, except for like so I have at this point I have the car that I've been driving in high school. Like at some point this car dies, like, and it like just doesn't start up anymore. And I really could have, like, with the money I've saved up, because I had been working since I was 14 when I started. I might have been younger when I started working with my brothers mowing lawns.
Mhm.
Um, so I would go mow lawns with them. Like it started out as I would just go with them and like weed, like do the garden weeding, for whatever um they needed, and just do some extra work for them, and kind of get paid a little bit for that. And then um and before this time we would just like do chores, and I honestly see like the chores thing as like more of a um our allowance came from when we were doing chores, which could be perfectly normal, except for like ours was like the first person that gets done with their chores got $2, and the second person got $1, the third person got 75 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents, and the last person got 25 cents.
Wow.
And we would have to pay tithing on that. Everything was like a competition. Everything was like, not only that, but like if we're trying to get an allowance, that's barely an allowance. I don't know that you could call that an allowance. Um, you would have to save it up for a long time to even get anything from that, and it would take you a long time to save up. Um, so like they started doing lawns, and like I was still like really little when they started doing that. Around the time when I was like 6 or 7, that's when they started doing that, I think. I don't know what age I was doing that, but it doesn't matter. At some point they did. So I like before I started actually getting real jobs, I started mowing lawns with them, and that's how I kind of like earn money. Like we kind of pair off, and like whatever jobs we did, we like just split in half. the money that came
Yeah.
from that, which uh, I can't complain because it actually did earn me like quite a bit of a good savings and stuff. When I was 15, almost 16, is when I went and I started looking for jobs, and but like since I was still 15, no one would hire me because like legally, I think it was like a legal issue. You had to be like 16,
Yeah.
um, which that's fine. But like, um, I found a job with one of the fast food chains. It was Arby's. So I started working at Arby's, and eventually I changed into like I worked there for probably about, I think it was a year and a half, and then I was like, well, I'm starting to get older. I like need to be more focused on college, and this is like only minimum wage, so need to get something a little bit more, a little bit more income. And so I became a lifeguard. Um, and I did that for pretty much like into when I was married. Like I got married and I was still lifeguarding for like a couple months until I found like my first call center job. So I had savings um when I was like young adult. Oh yeah, in high school there was like the whole age change for admission,
Oh yeah.
and my brain was like, I'm not getting married that young, so I might as well like go. And I was a senior when that came out. Might as well do it. And I had my mindset on that, and I had a like my senior year I had a boyfriend that, if you could call it that. I don't have great feelings towards him because he was like so like distant, and like he'd only like talk to me like every 2 weeks and like take me out on a date like once a month and stuff.
Wow.
And like it was just like he was just very like um unattentive, and um and then like when I wanted like more attention from him, then he like called me clingy. I'm like, why are you calling me your boyfriend? I mean, your girlfriend. Why why are you consider yourself my boyfriend if you don't like you like barely talk to me like that much? And like I realized more of that like after I was graduated, because like we were dating, then I graduated, then we kind of like broke up, and then we got back together for a time. And I was in college and he was still in his senior year, so I was like a year older than him. Into college, like the contact got kind of less, and that's more of like when the contact was like he would talk to me like every 2 weeks, and then like take me out on a date like once a month. He was like, sorry, I've just been really busy, and I'm like, I'm a college student, I'm not as busy as you are, so I don't know. And it only takes like 1 second just to say hi, I hope your day is going okay. I'm pretty busy today, like, so I probably can't talk. And like I would have gotten that, but like he just like wouldn't. Sometimes I'd text him, um and to be fair, I was kind of more of a clingy person, but like that's because like I had a codependent personality. So I was kind of clingy, but at the same time, there was like that aspect of he was like not really giving me any attention, and like eventually he started like calling me his fiance. He's like, because he was like talking about marriage, he's like talking about how he wanted to marry me. And honestly, looking back at it, like he was quite controlling. I believe it was controlling, because he was like, oh, you'll go to college here and I'll go to college here, and this is what you're gonna do. And like he was like literally just outlining my life, and I was going with it because I was like, cool, my life is set. Like, and I know I'm not gonna be able, like, I'm like, I still have this belief that I was dumb. I'm like, I probably won't be able to make it that far anyway, so maybe, like, marriage is, like, my only shot. So I just honestly felt like he was just trying to help me, like, outline my life, but really, he was, like, being really controlling. Um, and I actually found out after I was married that he had been seeing another girl at the high school, and they were, like, pretty open about dating and stuff. And
Wow.
it was during the time that we were still technically together. I hadn't like broken up with him yet at that point. Um, and I would like go to my lifeguarding job, and I would like kind of be venting to my coworkers like, I don't know that you call that a boyfriend. I'm like, well, he calls me his fiance, and he's says he's gonna get me a promise ring, and la da 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 da. I actually ended up breaking up with him, be- partially because I had met my now husband. Um, and I had felt like he was like so like not that had even gone on a date yet. We hadn't even gone on a date, but I was just talking to him, and I'm like, there's guys out there that are like nicer. They're more attentive. Um they are more understanding. They are just like there's people out here that are just better, and I just felt like it was better, and so I was talking to my coworkers. I was like, I think I need to break up with him. And then, like, I was just too chicken to actually send the text. I typed it out and I had it, like, his name as the recipient, and I had it all typed out, but I was too chicken to actually send the message. Just saying, like, hey, I think we need to talk. And this is someone who, like, doesn't answer if I say, hey, what's up? Like, he messages me if he wants to talk to me. If I want to talk to him, then he doesn't really answer me. So, I finally had this other coworker. I actually respect her a lot now. At the time, we didn't. I don't think we really got along that well. Um, when like at that time, but I like now I think like if I were to be in that kind of space again, I really think this girl and I could actually be friends and like really hit it off. But she she just walks in and she's like, what's going on? And I was like, I don't know, I think I need to break up this guy, but I just don't know. And she's like sees my phone and she just takes it from my hand and she presses send.
Wow.
Within 5 minutes, he calls me, and so I break up with him. He's like, "Well, I got you a promise ring, and my mom thought we were gonna get married, and la da 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 da," and just trying to guilt me into like not breaking up with him. And no, and like I'm lucky that because I think he could have actually like talked me out of like not breaking up with him, but the fact that I was with these coworkers and friends since I was like on break and they were um I think they were a little bit more healthy than I was and um in a better mental state than I was, and we're like, no, stick to it. He's been treating you like garbage and you deserve better. And yeah, they kind of helped me like stick to my guns, and I'm really glad that I didn't end up like sticking it out with him because I don't think it would have lasted
Yeah.
anyway. Um,
Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like he was very good.
no, he wasn't. And I mean, he was already like hiding this relationship behind my back. And I was just kind of like really gullible because like the whole like can't date till you're 16 thing. Like he kind of used that once because he took this girl. I didn't know that they were like exclusively dating each other at the time. I just know that he took her to homecoming and he posted on Facebook that they were going to homecoming together and we were still technically together and and still calling me his fiance, and I actually got mad at him. I was like, why are you taking her to homecoming? Wouldn't you take me? Like And I was like really butthurt at the time because when I was in high school, like during my time before I graduated, no one asked me to homecoming. No one asked me to dances. I actually got my senior prom. I got set up on a blind date because no
Oh,
one had asked me. And I think part of it was like just my personality didn't really fit with other people. I think they possibly they could have liked me, and like if I had a different kind of personality, I think that could have been like played into it, but it still hurt. Like that, I was just like being left out again. I really ended up most of the dances, school dances I would go to were like the girl chases, and so I would like where I would ask a guy and like you know, but like no, I don't. I was never like asked on it, except for like there was one boy that like didn't go to our high school that like our junior year I was kind of dating, and but it was like kind of a long distance relationship because he lived in Clearfield, which was like an hour north of Salt Lake. It's not like we could like see each other all the time, but he asked me to his prom that year. And I was really weird with dating in high school. I was really weird too because I would like someone would ask me if I wanted to go like if I wanted to go out with them, like be their girlfriend, and so like there are like some guys that I'm like no, and I don't date until I'm 16. Like I'm not even 16 yet, um and I would kind of like just like use that as like a boundary, and I just was like really nervous to have a boyfriend anyway. But like there were times when like even like I was after I turned 16, I'd like yeah, we can be boyfriend and girlfriend, and um that would last a couple days to a week.
yeah.
And then I'd be like, I'd feel guilty that I even have a boyfriend, and I have to keep it secret from my parents because I know they wouldn't have it. I was terrified of getting in trouble about that. And there's even a boy that I like dated for like 3 days. We were boyfriend and girlfriend for like 3 days, and then I was like, I can't. But he was in our ward area, and he had started going to like mutual activities too. And I'm like, I don't. My dad's the bishop. I don't know how we can like possibly hide this, and and I chickened out. Like I can't. I couldn't keep it. And then I actually think that kind of like broke his heart a little bit. He was a very kind person. He was very nice. And there's some of these guys that I dated and broke up with, and I was like, they didn't deserve that. They didn't deserve. I was like, and I think about them still sometimes. And I'm like, all I hope is that I hope that they're happy. Like I think that at some in some different life, maybe it could have worked, but there's no way it would have been able to happen with who I was. And I just have guilty feelings about even having a boyfriend, so I just like break up with them. Even like people who have never met my parents wouldn't even be able to meet my parents. I couldn't do it, and I feel sorry for that because it was probably like not great for them either. But the boyfriend that took me to his prom, I mean, I remember that meant a lot to me, but um, at some point he propositioned me to like have sex with him, and I couldn't do it. I even thought it through. I was like, oh, well, maybe like in my own mind, I didn't talk to him about this at all. I was just like, well, maybe, but like I just kept saying no because I was like, I can't, I can't, and I was like, I want to get married. I'm gonna go on a mission, and um. This boy, even like when I got engaged, like he reached out to me. He's like, "Well, I thought you were going on a mission." And so he was like, I think he was like really hurt that I didn't even consider him as an option. But the problem is that before he broke up with me, he had sex with another girl, and because I wouldn't, and like he was, and when I said no, he's like, okay, I understand, and then he kind of like stopped talking to me for a while, and then um didn't like break up with me. He just kind of like didn't talk to me, and um, and then we were gonna get together. Like I invited him to go to the local festival in my town, um and he said he could probably make it, and then he didn't. Like I thought he was gonna meet me, and he never showed up, and he texted me back and he's like, oh yeah, the reason why is because I went fishing. And I was like, well, yeah, I know you went fishing. He was like, no, I went fishing like on a date.
Wow.
He hadn't even like broken up with me yet. And so at like some point, like we broke up, and then at another point we got back together because he's like, oh, I'm not with this girl, I got it on my system, blah da da da. And um but it just never sat right with me, like. And so but like so and he was just like having like normal teenage urges, and I get it, like, but I just wasn't ready, and he was respectful about it. He's like, okay, well, I won't like make you do it, but at the same time he was disrespectful by like doing it anyway, just with someone else, and that was not okay.
No.
um and like hiding it from me for a while. Anyway, so that kind of covers my weird dating life. Then like after high school I met my husband, and um I mean we've been like, when we were dating we were kind of on and off because he met me like right off his mission. So he got back, and like a week after he got back we went to Institute Mix and Mingle, and we were playing volleyball that night for the activity, and we were just like, well, while we were waiting to enter the rotation again, he had his friend with him, and so I was just talking to both of them,
Uh-huh.
and just we were just having a fun time, kind of talking. They were getting to know me. I actually found out later that that my husband was trying to set me up with his friend. I never went on a date with that friend. um, but they had already had like a double date set up. And my husband already had a date for that double date, and he was just trying to find someone that he could set up with his friend, and so that's what he was trying to do. And um, I had gotten a ride with my um my childhood friend um on the way there, and but she was dating someone at the time, and she was spending time with him, and so I was just like kind of like giving them a space, and like I was like, okay, and she wanted to stay a little bit longer, and um I was like, as an adult I had a curfew. As an adult, I had a curfew. I was living with my parents, and like I get like, yeah, it's their house, but I had a curfew, and it
Yeah.
like I can, yeah, I was an adult. It doesn't matter like whether I live in your house. I don't have to have a curfew. Sorry, I have a key. I can let myself in. You don't have to be there to like keep it unlocked. Um, you can go to bed, you know. But like I had a curfew to make it back, and I would get like in huge trouble if I um didn't make it back, and it would just like continue the abuse. So I just was like, I gotta get back home, and she wasn't ready to leave, and I'm like, okay, well, if you need more time, I was like kind of waiting for her, but like I was like, well, if you need more time, that's fine. I'll just figure out a different way home. So I actually called my mom, and she's like, oh, well, it's like really late. I don't really want to drive all the way out there. And she was like, okay, like begrudgingly getting ready to like come pick me up. And the boys were that I was talking to earlier, they hadn't left yet, and they were about to go home, and they're like, "Well, you need a ride home?" I was like, "Well, now that you mention it," which is weird. I just met these guys, and I'm getting a ride home with them. Kind of weird.
Of course.
And they live like 5 minutes from the campus because we were at the Jordan campus of Slick, and that's at that institute. And they lived in South Jordan, so they could have just gone straight home and been home in like 5 minutes. I lived in Taylorsville, quite a bit more north than them, and um but yeah, they were nice enough to like give me a ride home, and I was like, okay, well they're return missionaries. I should be okay. Um, like they seem nice enough, and I just like trusted them. And my husband now, like at the time, he like he since he was trying to set me up with his friend, he had me sit in the front seat um next to his friend, and who was the driver of the car. And so I was like, okay, cool. I guess he's just trying to be chivalrous, so I have more legroom. I don't know. They didn't do anything. Like they were nice. They were gentlemanly. Like just kind of chatted, like exchanged phone numbers at the end, and I got home safe. And in time for my curfew. And I didn't. I think I didn't really get his friend's number, but he and I talked a lot. Like we talked to each other for late at night and just like kept in contact, and we were talking like every day. And then at some point we started going on dates, and it turned into like, and like I just really feel like we just really like sparked with each other. Like just he was just really supportive, and he like helped me through some of my emotions, and I was having a really hard time with a coworker, the one I told you about that I didn't really get along with at the time. That was, actually, I'm grateful for her because she did help me send that text and help me like push through it. But at the same time, we still didn't really get along with each other even after that. Um, but so he kind of helped me, like, because I was like kind of venting to him about work stuff, and it's like, well, she's probably a good person. You just gotta like, he was like just like the most like kind person, and he just wanted to see the best in people, and um
Yeah.
he was just so good. Like, and I'm like, he is so kind, like just the most kind-hearted person. I and I was just really impressed by that. And um he's still that to this day, but he kind of is less naive as well, because he just wanted to see the best in people, and I think a lot of that played into like how far things went with my dad abusing us even while we were married, like into marriage and stuff. Like he was, and we'll get into that. Um, but while we were dating, like we were trying to build a relationship, and um there was the aspect that he had met me, and um while he was trying to follow his patriarchal blessing, which said like right off your mission you're supposed to like focus on getting married, that's like your primary focus. So he's trying to do that, but he also is like, I just met this girl. I, he was just having a lot of like hang-ups. Plus there was like the red flags about um my dad and my relationship with my parents, and like how controlling they were. And so he was just having a lot of like stuff. So we kind of like dated on and off. Like we would be like boyfriend and girlfriend, go on dates like every weekend. Like he started going to school at UVU, and so I would have to like on weekends when we would plan on hanging out, I would have to figure out transportation down there so I could go see him. And sometimes he would come up too, like to see me, but a lot of the time, like I went down to him, especially because I didn't really want to hang out around my parents. Yeah, and I remember our first kiss, like, was at he had brought me back from a date, and like we had gone to see a movie, and he brought me back, and he took me on the porch, and was gonna give me a goodnight kiss, and then like when we um let go of the kiss, I like kind of like pulled away, and I was like kind of looking down, and I could see we had like a screen door, um, and I could see my brother's feet, and he was just sitting there staring at us during our first kiss. It was really creepy. This is the same, like my oldest brother. I don't know. He kind of like ruined that moment a little bit. Plus, there's like the whole creepiness aspect. Like, what are you doing? Like, this isn't. Just leave us, you know. And no, I didn't get in trouble for kissing my husband, but like I didn't get in trouble for that because I was an adult at this point. But there is still like the question of like, oh, I thought you were going on a mission, and I was at a point where I'm like, well, I just don't want to go on a mission. I just don't want to do that, and like it just didn't. I had a sinking feeling about it. Like I didn't have a good feeling about going. And so I was like, that must be the spirit. It must be the Holy Ghost saying. And I'm like, well, maybe this is the guy I'm supposed to marry, and that's why the like mission thing doesn't really feel right. We date for a while, and we start talking about like marriage and stuff, and possibly getting engaged. And then like I actually got in a car accident on like one Sunday. He came up to church with me, but he had to play organ down in his student ward. And he's like, well, why don't you come to church with me, and like we can hang out somewhere, because we just didn't want to like stop hanging out that day. And I was borrowing my grandpa's car, and but on the way down there, like he was in his car, I was in my car, and I'm still not entirely sure what happened that day, but like I was just I had changed lane and I was going straight in my lane, and all of a sudden like I was like spinning out, and it was like a clear day. There's no like weather on the road or anything, but I spun out, and then like went in, and like I don't know if like there was a car in my blind spot that I didn't see, or like I don't know. I still have no idea. But like the other car that also got hit was the other car in the other lane, um, on the other side of me, and like so when I was like spinning out in traffic, like I was right in the path of their way, so I got hit there. So I still don't like. It's still unclear. Like did the steering go out? Like I have no idea. I have no idea. I got the ticket, and it was just like driving too fast in for conditions is what the ticket was. Because I was going like 5 over. I was going 70, and it was 65 at the time on I-15. And it like that happened like at the point of the mountain. Oh, I don't know. You're in Ohio, so you don't even know. Like in the valley, there's like, oh,
Some time in Utah.
okay. So, Point of the Mountain, for anyone outside of Utah that doesn't know what the Point of the Mountain is, at the south end of Salt Lake Valley, going from like on I-15, going from Salt Lake Valley into Lehigh, there's this mountain that comes out that you have to pass, and people call it the Point of the Mountain. Which I don't know why they call it that, because like there's like we live basically in a bowl, kind of like it's a long valley where like Ogden and all the valleys are like connected, but like it kind of does like bowl out into like Salt Lake Valley. So there's like multiple points of the mountain. So I don't know. Anyway, random point. Like, and this wasn't my first car accident, which scared my husband a little bit. Like a week after the accident, he kind of like broke up with me, and he just was like, I don't know if, and he's just like, I'm kind of having doubts about this relationship. I mean, we've only been dating a couple months. I haven't really dated anyone else since being off my mission. That broke my heart. But so there's like a month that I was just so sad because I was like, I really liked him, and he was really great. And even after marriage, I got into a couple other accidents, which we've been talking about those in therapy, like why they happen. And I think part of it was like I was actually like really anxious when I drove, um and there's like a whole thing on that, like the way I believe that part of it is like the way I was taught driving. Like my dad lectured us while we were driving, so he would be yelling at us in the car. So my mom would like, she was more calm in the car, except for like, since you're learning how to drive, there's gonna be like fast stops and like um all that stuff. Like you're
Of
still
course.
learning. But every time, like if you weren't like stopping fast enough, she'd be like, and then she's like, "Where's my brake?" And like she would freak out. She just like uh, go into a panic, and uh, both ways I don't think were helpful. So I think I was just really anxious in the car, and I have my parents' um voices in my head, and like my therapist and I have like really talked about this. Like, um, I think you had your parents' voices in your head, and like the way you were taught like was kind of traumatic too. Just I don't know, it just like played into played into a lot of things that have happened to me. It's affected me in a lot of ways that um luckily haven't damaged my life too much, because like car accidents can take quite a toll financially, even. Like, honestly, there has been improvement in my driving since cutting them out. And I can feel it. Other people around me can feel it. Like they're like, no, I feel like I can actually like feel comfortable in the car with you now. Like, um, they've had comments like, I would trust you to drive my car. I didn't used to. Like, I'm like, I don't blame you. Um, and so like, I mean, 6 accidents is a lot. Within like 9 years of driving. So
That is a lot, yeah.
let's see, like start driving my first accident. I got rear-ended my first one, and I got in trouble for that. Like I got rear-ended, and I got in trouble for getting rear-ended. And I was like, I didn't even cause the accident. Like I don't and that kind of like made a crack in there too. I'm like, I don't understand why you're yelling at me for this. And ironically, this first accident happened on the way home from um driver's ed.
Wow.
Like there was a car in front of me that kind of stopped fast, and I stopped fast and didn't hit him. Um but there's a car behind me that kind of like nicked us, and then a car behind her that just really wasn't paying attention and just like plowed right into us. And he's like, "Well, you could have gotten in the other lane." And I was like, "There was another car. And then I would have been liable for it, so it would have made it worse.
Right.
There's another car that I would have hit. Couldn't win either way." Like, and I got in trouble for getting rear-ended. He's like, "There's a way you can control it." I was like, "Not really. There was nowhere for me to go.
Right.
Where would I have gone?" And they're like, "And this is why I don't even drive in the right lane." And it's like, okay, but I'm a student driver. My mom didn't seem to have a problem with me driving in the right lane. Like I was driving in the right lane for a while. She said nothing. That's gonna be an excuse, because like I just have to be in trouble, and that's really all there is to it.
It's
Um,
gotta be your fault in one way or another.
yeah, exactly. And I think that really affected me in a negative way. I think that's actually part of it. Um, on why I kept getting in accidents after that, like, because I just was like, anxious, and then I was just, less attentive, because of this anxiety, um, and then like the rest of the accidents actually like ended up being my fault, but like that first one I think really impacted me. Anyway, so these accidents really like affected our relationship. So there's like that, and he was like really like questioning, like, oh my gosh, we're gonna go bankrupt because she's gonna keep getting in these accidents. Like the accident that we got in like when we were dating was my fourth accident. Um and I was only 18. Like that was damper. There was the red flags with like where would really try to like be building the relationship and be trying to like open up to me about some of his stuff, and like we were like trying to communicate with each other about stuff, and um but he just felt like every time he would open his mouth that like really shut him down, because he would try to communicate, but every time he would try, either my dad would take my phone and read my messages. I'm an adult. He had no right to do that. He had
Right.
no right. Um, he would take my phone and read these intimate details, or he also had a way of like I had every intention of like keeping these boundaries, but I was also one um conditioned to um fall for his manipulations. So, and he also even if I had every intention to keep this boundary, like, okay, I don't like, this is for you, I want to talk to you about this, I don't want anyone else knowing about this, um pulling information out, um and this actually affected our whole marriage, because like again, reinforce his boundaries. He'd be like, remember, like we said that you weren't going to do this, and I had every intention on like changing my behavior. I had every intention of doing better, because I wanted it to work with him. I loved him, and I'm like, I really want this to work. And it was like putting pressure on our marriage that way, where like um I just had a really bad boundary issue. Like I would have every intention on like keeping those details, intimate details, to myself, because it was no one else's business, and had asked that I keep that to myself. And even when I had every intention, had a way to like manipulate me and say like, well, you never know, like my advice could help you, and la da 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 da, like I'm your parent, I should be able to help you. And I started to believe that, like, and I was like, well, he is my parent, I should be able to trust him. And like I should be able to like at least set a boundary, like, okay, well, I'm gonna ask you about this, but like this goes nowhere else.
Right.
But he was not confidential about anything. He would always break it. He would be like, "Oh, well, I was sharing this because I thought it could help somebody else." He said stuff like that. And
Wow.
it's like, I literally told you not to. I don't care who it helps. I don't care. He didn't even try to make it anonymous either. He didn't try to say, "I know someone who's going through these kinds of issues." Um, like that I could be maybe a little bit more understanding of, like if he kind of made it more anonymous, like, I know someone going through this, and this is kind of what they're doing. This is why I told them it seems to be like working. No, no, he didn't even try to like make it confidential. Like he just went and blabbed. And then I'd find out because this person would come talk to me about like, oh, I heard you're going through this. And it's like, the only person I told about that was my dad. The only person.
Yep.
And um so I confronted him about it, and he's like, I didn't tell anyone else. Like, and he would gaslight me. My husband and I are the only two who know about this. You're lying to my face, and I know it because you're the only one I told. And
Yeah.
we talked about this we talked about the fact that, like, I don't want this shared. And he's like, oh, well, it must have gotten out some other way. And I would sit there like gaslighting myself because I was like, did I tell someone else? I don't remember telling anyone else, but like maybe I did. I don't know. So he would just kind of like gaslight me, and then I would uh repeat the cycle with myself. Like I would gaslight myself, and then I would it would cause a fight in our marriage, and we would fight, and sometimes it would like get bad enough that like I had to go stay at my parents because he just didn't want to be around me. He needed space to himself. And that part is perfectly understandable. Sometimes you need space. You need to step away from the problem, and then things won't get too too explosive. And
Right.
sometimes space is a good thing. But in this case, it wasn't because I would go to my parents and then I would get more influenced by them. And I was codependent, and like I would tell them things that I shouldn't be, and I would have intentionally try to keep these boundaries, and then somehow I ended up telling them anyway. Like I would have an inner war with myself sometimes, because sometimes there was like they wouldn't do anything. Like it got to a point where like I think at first it was more manipulation, but they conditioned me so well that I ended up having like an inner war with myself, and then like convincing myself that, oh well, maybe they can help. And so I would tell them what's going on, and then they would like um give their toxic advice, because um I have actually kind of told some of the things that they told me, and he was like, that is so not even accurate. That's bad advice. Um, and I didn't even like catch it, because these are the kinds of things that were planted on my brain. It was normal to me by this time. I normalized a lot of the stuff already, and so I'm like, really? Like that's not normal? Are you sure? And what? Kind of a glass broke in my head that day. Um, and then there was like some other things that my dad would do, and it was kind of breaking me. Like I was starting to kind of like see through his mask, and I was like, this isn't okay. Like I'm having a huge problem with it. I go to my brothers and vent to him, and he would vent some of those things to me, and he was starting to kind of wake up, open up too, and like, and I actually think not my story to tell, so I won't go into it too deep, but there are times when I remember him screaming pretty loudly when I was like punishing him, and I think like screams like that don't happen, like um unless he's like really hurting him. Um, I remember like I have nightmares about those screams, and I think part of it is like sometimes it would like be something that he would have done to me. Um, and I sometimes got him in trouble, and it like I had a lot of guilt about it in the moment too. Like I'm like, I shouldn't have told them. And even to this day, I'm like, so much like guilt for getting my brother in trouble, because and like things like that wouldn't have happened. But I think thinking back on it, I'm like, it probably would have happened even if I didn't, because I think he like a lot of me feels like he was the scapegoat because he got punished in like ways that the rest of us didn't, and he was always called the because he's the only one in our family who really liked U of U, only because he refused to go like with everyone else because everyone else liked BYU, and so he just decided he's like, I'm not doing that because everyone else is doing it. I'm gonna be U of U. So they call him the red sheep of the family, but I think they saw that in more ways than just that one. I think they just really thought he was just out of the niche. And so I think in that way, I think he realized it a lot sooner than a lot of us,
Yeah.
because he got a lot more severely punished. And
That happens a lot in families where there's a scapegoat. There's a golden child, and then there's a scapegoat, and then there's
yeah,
always
the forgotten child.
right.
I
That
honestly think, and I know it can change around. Sometimes it did change around, but I think the majority of the time, I think I know who was like the forgotten child and like scapegoat and the
right.
golden child. And
And
um,
that's one thing. I mean, I could understand you carrying guilt about like getting your brother in trouble. That's
yeah,
understandable. But that's also, you're right. It would have happened one way or another.
yeah,
You know, abusers like that look for reasons.
right. They do. I know that now. Didn't then.
Yeah. And that's hard.
It was just it became a really rough marriage for a long time. Like, both my husband and I started becoming more toxic to each other. I was like super codependent, which, for those who don't know the technicalities of what codependency is, I was part of it is that you actually start acting narcissistic yourself. I'm trying to find it. I'm on my other screen here trying to find. Um, okay, this is the one that the specific, there's a meme type image on Google that I'm looking at that actually like says codependency in relationship looks like. And trust me, this is exactly how I was. Exactly to a T how I was during this time. Obsessive focus on your partner's behavior, trying to control, change, or fix someone, enabling harmful behavior and lack of boundaries. Separation brings anxiety and fear of abandonment. And that one, like, I kicked a hole in a door once because my husband locked me out of a room. It brought me so much anxiety just being locked out of a room. I would act like a toddler. I would throw a tantrum if I was locked out of a room ever. It was so bad. Um, and then the last one says betraying yourself and your own needs in order to be chosen. That is so exactly what I was. That is like 280. It was so bad. So bad. Um and I was so annoying to so many of my siblings during that time because they're like, I just don't trust her, and they didn't really want to talk to me at all. Like, um, I was toxic. I was so toxic, and I mean, codependency is the first step into becoming a narcissist, and so I was very narcissistic myself. Like, I had narcissistic tendencies, and it also comes with like, so like the last one says betraying yourself and your own needs in order to be chosen. I was so self-destructive. I think in part those car accidents were one of my self-destructive things. Could have been breaking these boundaries, even though I had an intention of doing ta taking those boundaries. There was part of me that I'm like, well, if I share this, like, like I can res- earn some respect from my parents. Like they'll be happy with me again. They'll love me more, and our relationship will be fixed. Like that is like my process because I was like trying to fix a relationship which I thought was just like rocky, and I couldn't figure out why. And so I kept like doing these things and betraying myself with intimate details of our marriage that shouldn't have been shared. And also, like, part of our marital issues that was part of our last straw, I kind of like, I won't go into too much detail because there's a little bit of um discretion, but just like talking to other people about intimate details about my life that I had no business um doing, but there was a sense of validation in that, um and that led to a lot of things that were really destructive for our marriage. And it came to a point where, like, this brings us up to when, like, COVID hit in 2020. Oh, I skipped a big part. Um, my um brother, that was more of the scapegoat, actually had a confrontation with my dad, and um just kind of pointed out some of the things that um we've all been having struggles with, and um kind of said, like, I think the problem is it, like, if more than one person has a problem with it, I don't think the problem is us, I think it's you.
Right.
And um and that led into a big explosion, and I still feel bad because my dad tried to, like, really get um on top of that, and tried to, like, he took me out to lunch, he took my other brother out to lunch, and he was just trying to, like, get us to, like, renounce what we had been saying about them. And he's like, well, and then he was telling us that we were gossiping. And for a while we, like, believed it. I was like, well, I guess it kind of is gossip, but, like, what we were doing is we were going to each other for support, because, like, we all knew what happened
Right.
as kids. That's all we had to turn to, besides our spouses, for support. He just kind of, like, framed it as, like, that we were gossiping about him. We weren't. There's a difference. There is a difference between going to for support and gossiping. Like, what he was doing, he was projecting on us, because he was gossiping. He and my mom were both gossiping about us, because this stuff would get spread through the family, and I'm like, we didn't share that with anyone. You guys are the only ones who knew about that. And, like, oh, you must have shared with someone else. And I, like, started to believe that. All these problems just kept, like, coming up. And when my siblings, I was the first one, by the way, to get married. Oh, I completely skipped over my mission. Let's go back. During that time that I broke up with, not, I didn't break up with him, he broke up with me. But he, when my husband broke up with me, um boyfriend at the time, but he I was, like, going through an emotional time, and, like, I was devastated, and I was just like, my dad, Bishop at the time, got me at a vulnerable time in my life and started talking to me about possibly reconsidering a mission. And, like, I'm like, I guess I'll pray about it. And then, like, at some point I was just like, you know what, I'll just, like, do it. And I, like, felt like I legitimately prayed about it, and, like, got an answer that I needed to go on a mission. And he was like, well, that's just good. Maybe it was just, like, your plan B, just in case this thing didn't work out. And I'm like, okay, whatever. That's kind of like his narrative that he planted in my head. And I was like, kind of going along with it too. I was like, I think this is what the Holy Ghost is, like, telling me to do, and, like, can't get everyone to cooperate. So, in retrospect, knowing what I know now, like, especially, and we'll get to that. I think part of, like, the boundary issues is, I think that was part of him trying to manipulate us into, like, breaking up, and because he's had that kind of history. Back to the mission call. So I put in my papers because I was just feeling so broken, and I was just like, you know what? Like, there's nothing here. Like, a mission will get me away from here, and just to, like, get some space, you know. So I put in my papers. I get my call. I got my call to San Antonio, Texas. Spanish speaking. And then during the time that I was, like, preparing for my to go on my mission, my husband and I got back together, and we went out to lunch one day, and he's like, I'm glad you're doing well, like, sounds like you're going on a mission, I'm glad you got your call. And I'm like, you've been on a mission, so maybe you could help me, like, prepare. one thing led to another, and we got back together. And um, and like we didn't even last until like the end of that lunch. We just were like, yeah, I've missed you, and you know, just really wanted to be with each other. And we got back together, and then he really struggled, like, because there was a lot of pressure on me. And this is uh, this might have been shared by other people, like about like what it's like to like get a mission call and not go on your mission. I haven't heard this kind of story often, so I'm gonna share mine.
Yeah, I haven't actually heard that either, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I think this is actually a really important part of my story. Because when you get a call and what there's like an expectation, like you put in your papers, you have to go. Even though in the church they teach that a woman's number one priority is to be a wife and a mother. So if you have a prospect to get married to, that's the one that you're supposed to choose.
Right. Get married, have kids.
No. Then there's my dad. And he has his own ideas of what he wants to happen and his control. And my husband and I were talking about like, I do want to marry you. I do want to be with you. He's like, maybe you should go on a mission. I can just like wait. And I was like, yeah, but your patriarchal blessing says like you need to marry like as soon as possible after you get off your mission. And so we were struggling with that, like the pressure of the whole patriarchal blessing bullshit, um, and trying to follow that, eh, as well as like, well, I have my mission call, and there's a lot of pressure on me to go now, and not that I like really believe that was like really right ever anymore, but like there was just like that pressure, that there is pressure on that, like um and this might not even be like for every person that has gotten a call and not gone. Maybe for like boys who have gotten their call and not gone. But for I don't know. I don't know. If anyone else out there has had this, contact me. We'll like elaborate and compare stories, I guess. So I decided, this is what the the leaders have said. If a woman has a prospect for to get married to, that's the one she's supposed to choose. And I like prayed about it, and of course, um that's the answer that I got. It's to marry him, because all the Holy Ghost is it's based on like a good feeling you have. So um so
It's our own intuition, and you knew that that was better for you than to go on a
yeah,
mission. So.
and that's another thing that goes into it. So it's just like my own intuition was telling me that I needed to marry this guy. I was like, okay. And so I like tell my parents, I'm not going to, because I never even got to the point of accepting it, the mission call. Like I didn't send in the letter. I had written it out, but I never like sent it in. And uh, they were like super upset. And my dad was like, well, did you pray about it? And I said, yeah. And this is the answer I'm getting. And it really was like, that's what they tell you. It was what it feels like to feel the Holy Ghost, and that's what I was feeling. And that is what the Holy Ghost, quote unquote, was telling me. And so he told me, well, I didn't get the same answer. You need to go pray again. And there's the patriarchy there.
Yep.
And I'm like, so I keep struggling with this because I keep praying about it. I do what he says. I get this answer. I keep getting this answer. Not to mention, I couldn't go to my bishop and talk to my bishop about this because it's the same person.
Right.
It's the same person. He's
Right.
gonna tell me the same thing. And he was trying to like manipulate me into like, he's like, just think about the blessings it'll bring, bring our family, about having all my kids having served missions. And it was about the blessings it would bring him, not the
Yep.
blessings it would bring me.
Right.
And I'm like, what is that gonna do for me? Like, you think that's gonna convince me? Like, no. You
Right.
think about how it's gonna bless you. Like, I thought we were supposed to follow the Holy Ghost, and that's what I'm doing. And you're like not even taking that answer. And so like anyone who says that you have like the right to your own revelation, you really don't.
No.
And I got that early on, and that caused a huge fight. There was one day that he was picking me up from my lifeguarding job at work, and he wanted to talk about it, and I just was like adamant. Like, I set a boundary that I'm like, this is what my decision is, and we're not going to talk about it anymore. Like, I didn't know that was a boundary. It's just what happened.
Sure.
And so I'm like, I'm not talking about this anymore. And it was a very quiet ride home, except that he threw a tantrum on the way home, a silent tantrum, but it was a tantrum still, because he started driving erratically. I remember like he was just like taking turns too fast, and like I was terrified. It was the scariest drive home I have ever had. I kid you not. And narcissism 101, that is actually a really common sign of narcissism. Narcissism is if they're not getting their way, they can throw tantrums like that, and a car ride like that is one of them. And I'm like, wow.
Wow.
He's done like exactly to AT, like every like one that I
Checking
have
off
seen. I'm
every
like,
box.
yes. I'm like, how are you not? There's not. He just is one. And when we're like pulling into the driveway, I legitimately thought we were gonna crash into the house, because he just turned really fast into the driveway. I thought we were gonna hit the mailbox, and I thought we were gonna hit the house, because he was just like erratically just like driving, and so like throwing this little temper tantrum of his. And it was just, none of it was okay. And I was terrified.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
was like, again, another moment where I'm like, this is it. This is where it ends. Goodbye, world. I
Right.
thought of like, and I had like nightmares after that about that. And I told, I don't think I told my husband about that until like years later, about that car ride. No, I think I did tell him that day what happened. And that actually like made him feel more pressure about, he's like, maybe you should just go, and I can just like wait, we'll make a plan, we'll figure this out. And there's just like a lot of like pressure on both of us, for me not serving a mission. I was like, yeah, but it's my choice, it shouldn't even be his choice. And so I actually, when I officially went and talked to the stake president about not going on my mission, I set up an appointment with him, and I said, look, I'm getting married to this guy, and it feels right. I just feel like I gotta marry this guy. And he was very supportive of it. He was like, well, they leaders have said, like, if there's a that's what you're supposed to do. You're doing what you're supposed to.
Right.
And I tried using that in an argument with my dad, and he still was like, well, I'm not getting the same answer, so you need to just keep praying about it. And then like at the end of, I'm like, no, this is the answer I'm getting, and I have my personal revelation on this is my decision.
Right.
And he was like, well, we'll see. And actually, I didn't realize this before, because I actually forgot about the, well, we'll see. And I honestly think that's like part of like where his like trying to break us up. thing came in, because I think he was doing a lot of the stuff on purpose, like trying to against each other. And
Oh,
my husband and I hadn't even realized that before, though, that when he said we'll see is because he was like, he had a plan, and it all makes sense now of why he would say that.
yeah.
But so anyway, we kind of like talked about how my marriage was going, and how codependency has affected it. Kind of also some of these bad behaviors had rubbed off on my husband, and he was starting to act toxic himself, doing some toxic things. And not my story to tell, but I think there's some things that he doesn't even know about that affected him in childhood too, that kind of played into it. And just, by the way, we're both in a much better, healthier space now.
That's great.
And that started when we actually cut out my parents. Is we started seeing what was going on and really working on it through like counseling, and also after we cut that, just before we cut them out, actually we like had compared, finally had a space where we're like, we realized what was going on, and we were comparing notes and realizing what my dad, the entire time we were married, the entire time we were together, was doing things to pull us apart, and like trying to put us against each other. Like if he got me alone, he would say something to me and it would go to my head and it would cause a fight. Or if he got my husband alone, then he would like um say something to him, which I like, then I would get in trouble for it, because I mean, of course I would betray him in that moment, because it's like he knows because of me.
Yeah.
I told him. And like, even though I, in one aspect I knew better, in another aspect I really didn't. It's the weirdest conflicting thing ever. Like, I knew because Ryan was telling me, but I didn't because of the codependency. And it's just like really hard to work through. And I still have some codependency tendencies. But I have worked through a lot of it, and then it was ugly, guys. It was ugly. After a while, I had some of the things that I was doing that was toxic came out, and the and my husband realized what was happening, and we were really close to getting divorced over this stuff. And I was like, well, what if we go to marriage counseling and try to figure this out? And yeah, I did this, but like, I am really sorry. And for a while, um, like, he didn't believe I was sorry for a while. And like, because he's like, but we've talked about your behaviors for years and nothing's changed. And it makes sense. Like, of course, he's going to want to leave because nothing has changed. He has tried to stick it out. And we've had conversations like this before.
Yeah.
But the problem is that I wasn't like changing, because part of it, and not all of it, because like I didn't know better. Two, I was like, I didn't know how to change. I wasn't like getting therapy at the time for it, and so like, how do you change? Like, when like this is all you know. So I understood. Like, I didn't understand at the time. I do understand now. Like, I was still like, no, you can't leave me. Like, we're still together. Like, this isn't how it's supposed to work. Um, and I was like, so, and it's been ingrained in me too that divorce is wrong. Like, you just don't get divorced. And
Right.
like, one thing that goes around in my family is like, any relationship can be worked on, with the right steps. Um, but divorce, you just don't do, um, unless like it's like, and I've heard them say like, well, there's domestic violence, and if you're being domestically abused, then yeah, that's a reason to leave. But I don't like. There's still that like underlying like no, like any relationship can work out no matter who it is. So I think they like kind of contradict each other. During this like hard time of my life, this is where like a lot of the realizations happened. Like so there was a lot of time that I would need to go to my parents' house to give my husband space that he needed to process things, and he'd always end up being like, "I miss you. Can you come home?" Like, so he still obviously was like having a hard time because he like wanted to be with me, but he also was like hurt and betrayed by like my codependency, like self-destructive behaviors. They just got so bad at this point, and um so we started doing marriage counseling. And we got a counselor through the church, which a lot of you might like kind of cringe at that, but this specific counselor was actually one of the good ones. I've heard some horror stories about family services therapists that are just like so like ingrained with the church teachings that they just like bring it all into the therapy sessions. Our marriage counselor was not. Ours was quite a bit more healthy. She wasn't she actually wasn't from Utah originally, although she came to Utah at some point. But she when she came to Utah, when she was in our counseling session, she's like, and we were kind of realizing at this point that like that what I had was codependencies, and I like through um my own personal therapy and combined with my marriage counselor, I was a codependent. Like at first I thought I was a narcissist. I was like, no, I couldn't be a narcissist. No, crap. And I'm like, that's terrible. Because I was kind of realizing, I'm like, I've done some of these behaviors. Crap, am I a narcissist? Like, and when I talked to my therapist at the time, I don't have that therapist anymore just because she was through my husband's old work, and she was only contracted through his work. But she was
Yeah.
a good therapist, and she's the one who recommended like reading the Toxic Parents book, and helped me realize a lot about my childhood and my parents, and um, although there's like still a lot of work to do on that, like that like I've come a long way, I think, and I hope I hope I've come a long way. It's been a journey, but they helped me realize the enmeshment. And one of the things that our marriage counselor said that was that the like enmeshment in Utah is like the highest she's ever seen as a therapist, and she's been doing it a long time. Like she's like, I've had like I can't remember exactly how long she had, so I'm not gonna quote that because I might be wrong. I can't remember exactly how long she's said she's had, but she came to Utah and she was like, "This is the highest enmeshment I have ever seen. It is so bad out here." Like,
Wow.
so when we figured out what narcissism is, and like started listening to like podcasts like Little Shaman and Dr. Ramani. I don't know if you've heard of them or not, but they're really good. They specialize in narcissism and like how to handle it, and they just are therapists that actually have um made research on narcissism their like specialty. I like Dr. Shaman because she um really just delves down. She's like so straightforward about it too. She doesn't like beat around the bush. The Dr. Romney is great because she just like she does some of the greatest impressions. It was like, oh my gosh, yes, I'm like, did you just turn into my mom just now? Like, because you just sounded like my mom right there. So, and the problem is like with both of my parents, and I haven't really talked as much about my mom because she was more of an enabler, but she had her own set of behaviors that were like narcissistic, and I believe that both of them are narcissistic, and that's why I can't like trust either one. I think she is better. Like if she's not around my dad, then she's all right. She still has her behaviors though. So, but she always goes back and tells him, and then the behaviors like never end. So,
Yeah.
neither of them can be trusted. So we're really close to divorcing. And I kept going to my parents, and they kept giving me advice about the situation. And originally I wasn't gonna tell them about it because I was like, oh my gosh, this is just gonna like, this is not gonna be good. I'm gonna get in trouble about it. I'm gonna get like, it was just not pretty. And but then like it's something that I had to confess to my bishop about, and so I confessed to my bishop about it, and then like he said, well, I kind of have to talk to my counsel about this. I'm not entirely sure like what direction we're going to go on this, and so I was like kind of just in limbo about it, and so I was really nervous about it, and then um like my husband, like this is before we even like realized anything that was going on, um and he my husband was like, your dad's been a bishop, so maybe he kind of can give some insight on like what we can expect. And it wasn't like anything like ultra serious, but it was like still something that like they would have considered like was a sin. Just to kind of clear any like stop your imaginations. I didn't do anything like that bad. It was like bad, but not that bad. If that makes sense. I like, of course, I don't really want to downplay it too much because it was wrong, but I don't know. But again,
It's all good.
there's got to be some discretion around this topic,
Yeah, I
because
get it.
there's more than just me involved. And I had never had to confess anything. Well, probably should have had stuff to confess about before, but I had never done it since he was my bishop before. I'm like, no, I'm not talking to him about this stuff. So I had never gone through this until that point, and so like we talked about it to him, and um when we told him what happened, and how painful it's been for us, the part that he like we were in pain, guess what? There's that smirk again. And I think that part is the part that started like waking us up to it. Like, did you see that smirk? And then like this is a conversation that really just like was the part, a huge part of our last straw. Like, did he seemed happy that we were in pain. I can't even tell you how creepy it was. It Again, it haunts us both. That smirk just haunts us both.
That's awful.
Gave a little bit of advice for it, and kind of said, "Oh, you'll probably be fine." La da da. Just I don't know. He seemed really cold about it though, but can't and neither of us can remember exactly what he said, but part of it is because like there's other parts that were like very traumatizing for us, and so like we just are like we've kind of like tuned that part out, and we're like, I don't know what else he said, but all I can remember is the smirk. And then, like, after he kind of talked to us about it a little bit more, he said something like, he thanked me, one, for sharing this. He's like, maybe it's a good thing that this happened, because now this has given us a new avenue to take so that Jen and I can work on our relationship. And she's opened up to me a little bit. And he kind of expounded on that a little bit more, and he made it about himself.
Of
He
course.
made the situation about himself and mine and his relationship. Didn't really care that it was about mine and my husband's relationship. Like, both of us were actually pretty taken back by that. We didn't know how to reconcile that, because for so long we had been, like, kind of filling in the gaps, like, oh, they just do this because they want the best for Jen, and, like, are just trying to help in, like, the way that they know how. And honestly, I don't think that's true at all anymore. I don't think he has good intentions at
Yeah.
all. I think he uses situations to hurt and to manipulate into getting what he wants for his own selfish desires. And I just don't think he has good intentions at all at this point. I don't know. So we kind of, like, start venting about this stuff, and then we kind of, like, start opening up to each other about, like, well, do you remember back during this time, like, in our marriage, and we were talking about this, and we, like, kind of, like, reminiscing over our marriage, kind of trying to, like, put some pieces together, because it was, like, all starting to fall into place. And then, like, of course, it was kind of something that I had betrayed, and so he was, like, having his own emotions with that, which he was just trying to process. So he'd be like, hey, you know what, I think you need to go spend, like, the night at your parents again, or I need to go spend the night at my parents. But his parents are kind of like, they don't want they don't like having house guests. Like, when there was, like, someone that needs to go stay, it's like, me, I need to go there, because my parents were open to having people stay at their house. They were, like, super open to that. And of course, I think that's, like, just part of enmeshment, but oh well. Yeah, so there's these self-destructive behaviors that I was doing that, like, it's weird, because, like, I knew I was doing it, but I also didn't. I don't know how to, like, put that any more clear than that. Like, it's so unclear, but as clear as I can make it. Like, the way my therapist at the time put it is like, well, yeah, and the reason for that is because you had two worlds going on. And they were separated. And in the moment when this all started coming out, the two worlds collided. And, um, and so, like, the other side of you, like, just didn't, like, realize that you were doing is, like, yeah, you did that, but, like, I don't know else to expound on that.
It
But,
makes
like,
sense.
two worlds collided, and it was just like you didn't realize you were doing it, and you were in survival mode. And no, it was not right. It doesn't excuse it, but it does explain how it would have happened. And since I didn't get part of it is, like, since I didn't really get validation growing up, part of like what happened was, like, validation seeking. Like, I was getting validation from places that I shouldn't have been. At some point, I was at my parents' house again. Like, I was just during this time, I was at my parents' house, like, on and off, just, like, spending the night, giving my husband some space so that he could process everything, figure out what he was gonna do. At some point, we were sitting down for lunch, and they had talked about Well, there was one night that we got talking about church history because I was I had heard some things about church history, but so I was questioning, but I wasn't having too many doubts. I don't know. I was in a weird spot, and I had heard some things, and some of them was research that we had just come across, and well, I didn't really do any of my own research at the time. I just had heard it from people around me that had done the research, and I was really confused about it. Joseph Smith doing some illegal activities, about the newspaper mill, burning it down and stuff, and
Yeah.
slavery by church leaders and them supporting slavery and being on the wrong side of history on the Civil War and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just so confused about it because I'm how my shelf was starting to break. And I was starting to question all those things that were kind of put on a shelf for a while because I kind of had heard some stuff, but I would also be oh, that was the anti-Mormon lies, they're out to get us,
Yeah.
we were so persecuted. So I questioned that, and he's well, first of all, with the Joseph Smith stuff, he's well, we weren't there, so there's not really a way we'll ever know. We just have to trust in the Lord, and we'll have answers when we get back. And then at some point, during for the slavery one, he was talking about how slaves had it so good, and how all they had to do was some work for their masters, and they got free food, free housing over their heads, and stuff like that. And I was yeah, but a lot of them were abused. And he's well, not all of them. And I'm most of them. In my brain, I was I'm pretty sure I've heard that most of them were. So part of my shelf was kind of cracking, and I was what? And just how, and I just remember how he was just going on about how slavery was a good thing, and it wasn't. And I couldn't reconcile that. I was I came later that night. I was talking to my husband on the phone, and I was so confused. I was I'm so confused. And but he that night he was oh, I'm missing you. Can you come back home? I'm in a better emotional spot. Come stay the night at home tonight. I should be okay. And so I went home, and I told him what had happened. He said, what? and both of us were just so confused, and I'm I knew he was super conservative, but we didn't realize how deep it went, and it just, I don't know, still breaks my brain to this day.
Right.
Y'all, slavery was not a good thing. Period. You have no right to own another human being at all.
Right.
I kind of define them as kind of how people say that sometimes in Mormonism there's different kinds of sects of Mormonism, different divisions,
Yeah.
types. There's the super devout um ones, and then there's some more liberal ones or whatever.
Yeah.
I kind of define them. I heard someone else define someone as a Bruce McConkie Mormon, following those kinds of teachings, and I'm I can see that in my parents. Yeah. Just following some of the crazy teachings of some of the older, more conservative prophets, and I'm yeah, I see that. you know um so they were kind of that. And oh, and even growing up, I we were I was taught being the only girl in my family, I was taught that like natural beauty is a good thing, and like it can be a good thing, but like there was still a part of me. I was so girly, and I wanted to wear makeup. I just wanted to because I like the look of makeup. Like just
Right.
like sure, maybe I have a beautiful face, but doesn't mean I can't wear makeup. Like I want to wear makeup, but I don't remember what they said about like if I was wearing too much makeup. Like I don't know exactly what the words were, except for one time when I was an adult, he like would like um
Well,
say like, "Oh, I didn't know it was Halloween today."
uh,
Um, and I was like that was like a day I was just like trying out a new look, and it's like okay. And even my mom, like one of the rare times was like that wasn't very nice. You should not say that.
yeah.
Um, like one of the rare times she would actually like step in, but like she never like most of the time she would like take his side. But that was like the one of the rare times was like that wasn't very nice. And um so um but like it was like always about like dress modestly, don't be too gaudy, like modest pair like when I got my ears pierced I was 22 when I got um my first piercing ever. And they didn't believe in getting their ears pierced because it's like, well, your body's a temple. Would you put a hole in your temple? It's like, well, if you have seen the temples, they have chandeliers that are
Right.
quite gaudy. Like,
Right.
that's not exactly modest. So it's like, besides, there's holes to hold up the paintings, and there's holes to hold up the chandeliers, and
Right.
it's really funny. Like, to think about it, it's like, whatever. I don't, I don't care. Um, so I remember like the day that I got my first set of ear piercings, and I just like made the decision. I just came back. I came to their house, and um my mom saw my piercings, and she just like made it a point to keep telling me like how disappointed she was in me. Just for one set, like, and that one that like was deemed okay by Gordon B. Hinckley. Um, so
That's
I
awful.
don't know, like just how disappointed, like just for one that was like approved by church leaders. So I just still can't like, and we weren't allowed to drink caffeine. We weren't like, if we wanted soda, we had to get like Sprite or root beer.
You guys were
Um,
like really, really diehard Mormons. Like,
yeah, yeah, they were super devout, and oh, there was like always a comparison, like they would compare themselves as like more converted than other people. Um, it like, even when I met my husband and met his parents, they described them as not as converted as they were, and kind of looked down on them for stuff like that. And just because they weren't as strict, like just for being a little bit more healthy and not being controlling. So
wow.
um, it's nuts, and so back to, oh man, so sorry everyone, like my story is so unorganized. It is not in chronological order at all.
That is okay.
And so the I forgot to mention that like there was a point that I got really distracted. My So when my brother did his calling out on my dad, like my father-in-law is a real estate agent in the Salt Lake area, and he does a movie event every year and for his clients. And incidentally, um, well, of course, we're invited because we're family, but we're also clients. We had bought a house through my father-in-law, and incidentally, so had my parents. So they were invited to this movie, and this movie happened like it within the same week of him being called out by my brother, and so that was when he decided to try and confront me about what was going on, and he's like saying that they're giving me a lecture while we're in line for popcorn, and I had like I remember one of our mutual a mutual friend of mine and my husband with his parents and they were in line for popcorn as well, and I just had like this demeanor on my face that like everything was not okay, just like I just wasn't okay, and because here I was in a public place, and he was lecturing me in front of all these people that we knew, and
That's awful.
I mean, even if we didn't know the people, it would still be really uncomfortable, but the fact that we knew a lot of them was even more uncomfortable, like, because at least, like, the people that you don't know, it's like, well, we'll probably never see them again, but it was more like people that you do know, you're gonna see them, and they're gonna know, like, stuff, and so one of them, like, reached out, he's like, hey, how are you, like, he was trying to, like, make conversation with me while he was trying to like give me this lecture, and he's like, hey, everything okay, and I think he could like really sense like something was wrong, um and I got blamed for making a scene. He's like, don't make a scene, and it's like, I'm making the scene, you're the one sitting here yelling at me, like, I'm not saying anything, and I just don't feel okay because you're lecturing me in front of all these people. And I actually said, like, all I said to him, I was like, there is a time and a place, and this is not it.
Right.
This is not it. And that is something that I quoted back to him. He would use that on us all the time. All the time. It just seemed so hypocritical that he had felt the right to do stuff like this to us. And whenever, like, we were doing stuff in public as kids, like, we were kids, so of course we're not gonna, like, realize, oh, we're not in a right setting. But, like, him as an adult, he was doing this to me in public, and I got in trouble for making a scene when he was making a scene. And then like he was like all huffy after I said that. He stopped talking finally. I mean, I think he said like saw one more comment. But then like he was like really huffy about stopping. We went into the movie theater, and of course things are like really tense between us, and our seats are right next to each other.
Jeez.
And that year we were watching Avengers Infinity War, and I remember sitting in the chair, and I don't know if you've seen that movie, but I remember thinking, oh my god, my dad is Thanos, like the entire movie, because Thanos was like acting in some of the same ways that my dad would act. And I bawled like a baby when he threw Gamora off a cliff. And I mean, for one, Gamora is my favorite character of Guardians of the Galaxy. Another aspect of it was like, oh my god, I could totally see doing something like that to me.
Yeah.
And that was the saddest part about it, because it's not that far off. Oh, and that brings me back into my childhood because so unchronological. I'm so sorry, guys. Because there's another story that he was a scoutmaster for a long time, and and he's been scoutmaster for many times. So But he was trying to scout out a place for him to take the scouts for a backpacking trip. And the trail that he wanted to scout out was Farmington Trail, like the Farmington Mount Trail. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. But it's just like this trail that is, yeah, it's Farmington Peak. So it starts off at this like golf ball area, and then like you go down this trail. But the problem is like during that time, it was still kind of like early spring, where like snow hadn't really like melted off of the trail, and there was like snow that was like covering the trail like completely. It was like a slope still, like it wasn't like you couldn't even see the trail, and he still insisted that we go off it through it. So he had to like make divots in the snow, so we had something like footholds to like walk across the snow. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not falling off a cliff today. No, sir. Because it was like a straight down like cliff on the other side. And I think we got far enough into it where he's like finally like, well, we can't go through this anymore, and like we shouldn't have been going through it at all. Like we went like past two like slopes that were covered in snow, and then like turned back. Like we shouldn't be doing this at all. And I had nightmares after that, like, and I still have it. It's a recurring dream, like that. I started falling off a cliff. He catches my hand, but then like he pulls me up, but then he slips, and like, and then we like kind of switch back and forth, like catching each other, and then until like one of us falls, and like to our death. And
Awful.
and I would like the times when it was him that fell, I would have extreme guilt about just being relieved that it was over finally. Just extreme guilt that like as a child that like I had a dream about dropping my dad off of a cliff.
Yeah.
And not necessarily feeling good about it because it's terrible, but just being traumatized about that nightmare itself.
Yeah.
I still have it. And I really haven't like told it. Like I've told my therapist about it, and I've told like a select few about that, but I really didn't talk about it back then either because there's like extreme guilt of just having a nightmare, something that I couldn't control.
Yeah.
And like, and then there's that aspect about like, oh my god, I'm I'm going to hell now because now Heavenly Father has seen that I dreamt about that. Like, because, He can see your thoughts and your words and your deeds, like, and that's the part that scared me as a kid. It's like He can see my thoughts. And, like, so I wouldn't ever, like, swear out loud, but in my brain there was swear words going all over. And, and I would just be like, I felt so guilty just for thinking about a swear word. So that kind of brings me back up to adulthood. So during that movie, so like I could totally you can already see I've already like had this dream about being like falling off of a cliff because of my dad. And so he throws her off of the cliff, and I'm like, oh my god, this is like, it was so triggering, and I started bawling, and I was just clenching. I was clenching the arms of my chair because I was so mad. I was so mad at my dad that day.
Yeah.
I was already so mad and so triggered, and he was like sitting right next to me. It took everything I had in me to not just like blow up on him right there. And because I'm like, we're in a theater, and we're like in the very front of the theater too, mind you. And like, it just took everything in me to not just like explode. But while he was lecturing me in line, I forgot to include this part. He was like actually comparing himself to Lehigh and how all his kids were like murmuring against him and stuff like that. And
Wow.
talking about how he's so persecuted, and that's another thing that he does. Like he'll cause a fight, and then like once you explode, then he's like, "Oh, despicable me," and he like just plays a victim, and like he is so persecuted against, and that everyone hates him, and like me today, I'm like, "Oh yeah, despicable you," because you really are, you really
You
are
are.
despicable. You
Yeah.
said it, not me. I'm still pretty angry about this stuff. I
That's
I
understandable.
hope at some point I can come to a point of like indifference. I don't know that I'll ever get to a point of like forgiveness, but
Yeah.
maybe indifference.
I was really mad, and
Yeah.
he threw up, going more off of a cliff, and yeah, and I had already been having nightmares for my whole life about stuff like that, and I'm like, this can't even be real. I'm sitting next to the guy,
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
thinking,
crazy.
like, even before I got to that part, I just like was already like, dude, this is my dad. Like, I can totally see like the similarities, and like, and that totally goes into like Thanos. He kind of like justifies things that he does like as like the greater good and stuff, and tries to have it both ways, as where like would when he would do some of his bullying tactics and pestering, he would excuse it or justify it in some way. And a common one was like, "Oh, I'm just testing your patience,"
Wow.
or trying to teach you patience, and kind of just brushing it off as like, and that kind of goes into like, and I know that in the church there's a lot of fat phobia, and everything, but both parents kind of touched on this a lot about like the importance of keeping fit, but like it was more than just like for health. It was like my dad would come up to me and pinch my fat, and of course it's annoying, but another thing is like, what's this? And I was in high school, I was on the swim team, and so I barely had any fat on my body because I'm exercising like always. And is there a way I can show you this picture? Because I actually have a picture of myself when I would have been like 11 years old at the time.
You might be able to share screen. I'm not sure. Actually, I've never.
If not, that's fine. I just have this picture that my friend sent me. I don't really have any pictures of myself from childhood. I mean, and there's not really a way for me to get them, because for that to happen, I'd have to go in contact with the abusers, and I would rather not.
Yeah.
And so, but one of the only pictures I have is one that my friend sent me from like her mom took a picture of us when we were like 11, and I was like, I look at the picture, I was like, oh my gosh, I was like a twig. But what's sad is even at that point, I thought I was fat.
That is sad.
I had it in my head that I was fat.
That's
and
terrible.
not that there's necessarily even anything wrong with your fat. Like, some of it could be genetic, some of it could be like something that you can help, or some of it could be like the way you were raised. But like, they had it in my head that I was fat because they would like pitch my fat. My mom would like talk about like if we were at around that time, I had started going to Young Women's, and so like I turned 12, I started going to Young Women's, and I remember specifically at one of these activities that we went to that she mentioned like they were serving pizza, and I was just like hungry that night, I guess. I don't know. But I just kept eating pieces of this Little Caesars pizza that they brought, and no one else was touching it, so I was just like, I'm just gonna have another piece. I remember she kept saying like, "You sure you want that piece?" Like, and just, she kept saying that like the entire time they were there, and both my parents are there too, so they were both in youth activities during that time. And I remember actually thinking, maybe she's right. Maybe I should stop. There's like a little piece of fat that I can grab here. So I guess I am fat, and I just felt horrible about myself. And even to this day, I still have body dysmorphia.
Terrible.
So like I can give myself grace and stuff because now I've had kids and everything, but like I have lost weight and gained some back and then lost it, but like every time I lose weight I just think like, well, it's great that I've lost weight, but I have more to lose. I have more work to do. And it's always this like rat race of like just gotta keep going, like and so
That's awful.
yeah. And so, and every time, my dad would pinch my fat and be like, "What's this?" And like I tell him to stop, and it's like I would actually be like, that's not very nice, and he would just be like, "Well, I'm just trying to give you motivation." And one of the other things is a lot of times he would just be like, "So thank me." Like he would be abusive and then make his justification, and then at the end of that sentence, and he did that for a lot of other things, is like, "So thank me." And it's like, thank you for you being a jerk. Like, I don't know. We're supposed to thank you for your abuse. Like, that's not, no.
No, that's awful.
And and there's just like always this expectation to like, if he says something that is light, that he'd keep explaining. Like I touched on that yesterday, that he just keep explaining things until you laughed and you had to laugh, and you had to put a smile on your face no matter how crappy you felt. Let's see what else I wanted to touch on. The gaslighting. My mom was the queen of this one. Like, if she said something to us that where my dad wasn't there, she would say something, and it like you kind of appreciate that she was like being more honest. But like once she's put in the room with my dad, like she's like, "Oh, I never said that," or "You took it the wrong way," or even if you like kind of took offense to what she said because what she said was offensive, and she'd be like, "Well, that's not the way it happened, and you're twisting my words." And and they both do that, but I remember my mom doing that a lot. So they both have their tendencies. I don't like, in a way, I kind of feel bad for her a little bit because I don't think she was like this when she met my dad. I think she had more sense of boundaries herself, but I think she's just been, over the years, she's just been conditioned. And then into adulthood, there was like one time he like, my dad said something like just horrendous. I can't remember exactly what it was. Probably like one of my gaps in my memory, but I just like started. I'm like, that's not okay, and then like kind of got emotional over it, And he actually said these words to me. He was like, well, why do you have to be so sensitive? I thought I conditioned you better. And then, like, looking, my husband and I look back at it now, like, oh my God, how blatantly narcissistic could you get? Like, I don't know. Basically,
Openly admitting that he knew what he was doing the whole time.
yeah, exactly. And that's what hurts the most is, like, a lot of times he'll admit to things and, like, you won't realize it at the time, but you look back at it, it's like, oh my God, he just, like, admitted to me that he knows what he's doing and he doesn't care. He legitimately does not care.
That's awful.
Yeah, because sometimes it would almost be easier to write off if you think, oh, well, they don't know any better or they don't realize what they're doing. But when they do things like that, they're admitting that they know what they were doing the whole time and they don't care. You know, that's all.
And it's just, and that's why, like, you can't be in that kind of space with someone because
No.
it's just not. It just doesn't work, and it's not like the headspace that you need.
Right.
And like people will like I've had people ask me like, do you ever plan on letting your parents back in? Like, it's like why would I do that? Like, at first it started as like a 6-month break, and like just as like some space that our marriage therapist, our marriage counselor suggested we take, and then like it just turned into now it's been 2.5 years, and you know, like,
That's good. Sometimes, I mean, obviously, it's better to just cut those people off altogether.
yeah,
Your life is better without them.
and there was a time like when I had my second daughter, we were already no contact with them, and I kind of like there's a sense of guilt, especially being ingrained in the church, and especially like on my husband's side of the family, they have this thing about like, you know, family is everything. You just like make it work with them because family is everything. These are the people you're going to be spending eternity with and stuff. It's like, but I don't want to spend eternity with someone like that.
Right.
And so, and I'm like, I'm glad your family is everything to you, but you can't project your situation onto me because it's different.
Right.
And so I think in some ways there's like been like that's kind of been where my husband struggled a little bit with like cutting off my parents. Like it was my idea to like actually do the break. It was like I'm like I think I need to do this. I don't think our marriage would have even pulled through if we didn't. And even then it was like iffy. It was touchy. Like so in a way it actually saved our marriage. Like it saved our relationship because we were starting to communicate with each other, and we were finally starting to like get on the same page with everything. And I actually during that time, that's like the time that it started. I had already kind of questioned some things in the church, but like, and like here and there I'd question it like all through my teenage years, but like, and people would say stuff to me, but like sometimes I was like, well, I don't know, I'll have to like look into that, and I would, and then I get some apologist answer, and then it would make sense to me, but like I couldn't ever explain it to someone else, like and then that kind of played into like, well, I'm stupid, so don't ask me, like it's just hard for me to like repeat stuff back to people, like memorization. Like I can memorize like words. Right now I'm learning Spanish just for fun. But like, so I can remember individual words and like little snippets at a time. But anything like longer is like, it's gone. If you asked me to explain to you something that I was just explained to it and I understood it, I couldn't repeat it back. Like, I know I understand it, but I can't explain.
Yeah.
It's just really hard. So anyway, back to the story. Oh yeah, I had been questioning stuff for a long time, but like actually what pulled me out of the church was I tried going back to church. And after learning what narcissism was and learning like the bad behaviors of it, I tried going back. And at some point I also like knew some of the history, like the true history, and I was like, well, I like the community, so I'll go back, and I just kept trying, and then I kind of like saw the narcissism in the church and the gaslighting, and like I knew that's not how it went, and they would still gaslight you on like the true history. They would still give talks on like the narrative that they've been telling you, that Joseph Smith like saw 2 personages, and like just the one account that they've been telling you all these years, not
Right.
knowing that before knowing that he had several more accounts. And I mean just like I just knew it, and they were like still like trying to like work it in.
Yeah.
And still lying, still, and then some narcissistic things. And I also like found out about a few other ward members, because I opened up to a couple ward members about like some of what was going on, and I had found out that they had some narcissistic abuse of their own, and they knew what narcissism was. And just been seeing more and more narcissism in the church, more and more narcissism in the church culture and the church leaders. And that's actually what broke it, broke everything. And then I was like, well, and then it kind of led me into this rabbit hole of like, well, thinking about all the Bible stories, Book of Mormon stories, like this God is acting quite narcissistic. And also another thing is, it seems to me that the stories are like painting Lucifer as a scapegoat, because we don't even know his side of the story.
Right.
And also there's like the fact that like the Mormon narrative is like, well, Satan wanted to force everyone to believe, but then there's a scripture like that, like in the end every knee shall bow, so we're gonna be forced to believe anyway. Right. So
I never thought of that before.
So I'm like, so it feels like a projection to me. I'm like, are you sure Satan's the one who believed that? And it just felt like scapegoating, and we just don't know his side of the story, if he exists. And I'm to a point where I'm agnostic, so I don't know if any of it is true. I don't really care to find it either, because I'm like, if it's true, then I'll deal with it in the afterlife. I don't care. There's more important things. My kids are more important. Focusing on my family is more important. Focusing on like welfare of people around me is more important, and just being a good person to the people around me. And like, I would much rather be a good person to the people around me than like whether we believe in God or not. And that's like, it's like that's what gets us into heaven, not like whether we were a good person to everyone around us while we were here. Like, that's stupid to me.
Right.
And
I feel that same way. And that, you're talking about like God being, this Mormon God is a very narcissistic God, and he's a very, I would think that the creator of the universe wouldn't have such an ego that
they would require people to believe in them,
Right.
or to have that faith. And you would think that they would know who they are. And you would think that it would more matter how the people live their life.
Yeah.
Not if they believe in God,
Yeah.
And that I want to call back to what you said about, I had never drawn the line between Satan, wanting all the glory, and then that scripture saying, every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is the Christ. Well, I never put two and two together before.
Right.
That was really, really profound, because that's
Right.
exactly, like Christ. They're saying that God went with Christ because he said that all the glory would go to God, but then that scripture saying that all the glory is going to go to Christ, which was the issue with Satan.
Right.
Wow, that was very profound. That was
thanks, but like it was I connected the dots partially by myself before that, but like I also didn't connect it to that scripture until I was watching a TikTok by Alan Mount.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic.
He's fantastic. He's so funny. I enjoy every video. I was like, oh my gosh, he's so right. Like I already kind of like was coming to that, but like they are gonna force us anyway, and now it feels like more of a projection. And this Mormon God just feels more and more narcissistic. And I was like, well, if that's the case, then sign me up for outer darkness. That's not a God I want to be with in the celestial kingdom anyway. Like, I've had enough narcissistic abuse to last me an eternity, so I'm good.
If heaven is going to be filled with like these patriarchal narcissistic men, then I don't want to be there.
Exactly.
That's
it's
not
like,
a heaven I want to be a part of.
This is heaven? Okay, well, goodbye.
Yeah.
But how do we get into outer darkness again? Like,
right.
Sign me up. And I actually skipped over like getting while we were trying to have kids. Like, I finally got pregnant after a while. And that was really hard, because I was like, there is kind of that, like, I felt like I was like, what are we doing wrong? And for a long time, my husband was actually questioning the church long before I was, and that's kind of his story to tell. But like, that also kind of caused a rift in our marriage too. There's just a lot of aspects that caused a rift in our marriage, and like, I just, since we weren't like getting pregnant, and like, I was just confused, because I was like, maybe we're doing something wrong. And there's like this whole thing around the church, like, about like, well, I don't even know exactly how the story went. I think it was like someone in my family, I can't remember who, like, was having trouble getting pregnant, and then they like just started doing like the primary answers and like reading the scriptures and stuff, and then they got pregnant and all that. And so, or it could have been like they had a boy, or I don't know. It could be either way, because my family is kind of that way. But there's just something deep down in me. I was like, oh, we gotta start going to church, and I kept trying to force my husband to go to church and everything. Anyway, I finally get pregnant, and super happy, but 10 weeks in, I start like bleeding, and I am terrified, because I'm like, what does this mean? So I start looking up like what it means, and I had been like, I had heard of things like this, and it kind of means like you're miscarrying and stuff. So I like looked it up. I was like, well, I mean, I'm just spotting, so maybe it's like just nothing. Maybe it's just like implantation stuff. I was like, but you're 10 weeks along, so I don't know why. But like the first 2 days of bleeding. I bled for 3 days, by the way. But like for the first 2 days, I was like, well, maybe he'll stop. It didn't. It kept getting heavier, and I didn't call a doctor because I was just like terrified. And I think if I really want to admit this, but I'm admitting to this because I haven't even admitted to myself yet, but I think I was scared of the answer. I was scared that they were going to tell me that I was miscarrying, and scared that they weren't going to hear a heartbeat or whatever. And so I in February of 2019, I was terrified. It was on my brother's birthday, and we went as a family to go like do an activity in the snow or something. Can't remember exactly what we were doing, but we got back to my parents' house, and I was just like starting to feel more scared, more depressed, because I went in the bathroom and I was bleeding more, and I hadn't told anyone yet, and I like finally kind of told my mom what was going on, and she's like, "Oh," and I think it was a weekend, say February, it doesn't matter, but like I remember that I told my mom, and obviously she was. Oh, it was a Monday. Oh well. So I told my mom, and she was concerned, and there's some credit to be given to her. Like, she did a lot of things right. Like, she didn't do everything wrong. Like, that's why my feelings towards her are like complicated. I mean, like, there's a lot of things that she did right, but there were so many ways that she failed us. As kids, she failed to protect us, failed to get us away from that, and failed to stand up for us. But like, there were many things that she did right, and she like felt very compassionate about what I was going through. But I remember while I was going through this, I was terrified. I was gonna like figuring out whether I needed to go into the emergency room. The doctor's was closed. I think it was President's Day. I think that's why we were out on a Monday doing stuff and not working. And so like the doctor's office wasn't open, and this story is a little bit traumatic for me still, because I was terrified, and I was scared. Like, I started crying, and I was like not feeling good, and like there was like a bunch of anxiety plus the pain of like miscarrying.
That's awful.
And I was starting to cramp at that point, and it was starting to get painful. And so I was just sitting on the couch, like trying to figure out what I was gonna do. And my husband was at work. He still had to work that day, but so he couldn't like take off to come get me or anything. Since I was already having these feelings of anxiety, my dad, being him, just starts coming in to like pester me and like kind of getting up in my face and stuff, and I just blow up. I was like, get off of me, get away from me. I don't want this. And yeah, it was louder. I was loud. I was annoyed, and I was angry at him. And he storms off, goes and throws his like pity party, and then comes back and starts giving me a lecture on how like just because I was feeling scared or whatever I was feeling, it doesn't give me the right to like treat him that way. And gives me this long lecture. He's like, he said like, and I didn't know about any of this, and Like, it's like, yeah, but you can obviously see that I'm going through something. And I didn't really want to say anything to anyone until I knew. Like, I wasn't in a spot where I was like I had mentioned something to my mom because she's like the closest person that could take care of me.
Right.
But other than that, I didn't want to make a big deal of this because it's also my brother's birthday. And not that he really cares about his birthday since he's an adult. And then he just like gives me a lecture on like how he had no idea as what I was going through, and like he just made it all about himself. All about yeah, I know. About how he was feeling. I can't even remember exactly what he said, but it was like so traumatic for me because I was already feeling like shit. I was already going through a tough time because I kind of knew in the back of my mind what was happening. And I was scared. And like, especially this pregnancy that we had waited for so long. And then, so my mom takes me to the emergency room finally, because like the bleeding just gets really bad and the cramps do, just to see what's going on. And they like couldn't really find, like it was still early on, so they were like, well, maybe we just can't see the pregnancy because it's so early. So they tried to do an ultrasound. They tried to find a heartbeat and they couldn't find one. And then, so they were going to switch from an external one to an internal one to see if they could find it there. And, but in between ultrasounds, I had to go to the bathroom. And I just remember looking back before I went in, like there was so much blood on the bed. So much blood because I was just in one of those covers, like hospital covers at that point. And when I went to the bathroom, though, I sat down on the toilet and there's a plop, and it came from there, and I just knew that was it. Like,
it's terrible. I am so sorry.
But like the whole time we were in the emergency room, like, I mean, yeah, my mom took me to the emergency room, but like, the entire time we were waiting for a doctor to see us, like, she was just talking about, like, I hope they hurry up because I have a long drive tomorrow because she had a conference down in St. George.
Oh, jeez.
And, like, the entire time that's, like, what she is concerned about. And, like, when, like, I miscarried, and she was kind of, like, there, like, saying, oh, I'm so sorry, honey. Anyway, and then, like, I can't remember exactly what happened after that. I can't even remember how I got home. Because she had taken me in her car. I can't remember, but I just remember she was talking about that the whole time, and it just felt so cold. And like the whole experience was already traumatic, and then that on top of it was more so. Even my sister-in-law to this day is like, yeah, I witnessed that, and that was so not okay.
Yeah.
And because like when it came out, my dad had mentioned like what I was going through in front of the whole family, even when I was trying to keep it, hush hush, and he had said it in front of the whole family. And when she found out what I was going through, she was like, that is so not okay, what he did to you. So I think I pretty much covered up until we finally like figured out what was happening. Like we talked about pretty much everything. So I'm just gonna go into like 2 years ago when we realized everything. So I kind of touched on like one of my shelf breakers with him, and he he said that stuff about slavery and stuff. So like I was already kind of like that was breaking my brain a little bit.
Yeah,
About
that was crazy.
and ooh, the Thanksgiving before we went no contact, like he had actually brought up like this analogy that he's like I'm going to tell you a version of a Nephi story, but it's like it's not the one in the Book of Mormon, and he's like, but it's like an analogy, and it has nothing to do with us, but and so he goes on to I can't repeat exactly what he said. I don't remember things very well, but he goes on to like compare himself to Nephi. And he kept going from like third person, like talking to Nephi, and then he's like, and then when we do this, and when you guys do this, then it makes me feel like I'm just Nephi, like tied to the post on, and then like eventually you guys kind of come asking for advice, and then you kind of like, and then I'll say something, and then something else will happen, and then those like. You guys keep tightening the bounds to the post. And so comparing himself to Nephi, and like I heard that story twice that day on Thanksgiving.
Wow.
So I'm just like, and that day, that was the same day that my daughter took her first steps. My first daughter took her first steps. And he was talking about this thing, and, like he had already talked to me about this, and now he was like telling the whole family about it. And when like he was talking, my daughter was just kind of like tinkering around as a little baby toddler person. She was 11 months. It's like kind of like in between like baby and toddler stage. I guess technically infant, but she was just doing her little thing, and she had already been pulling herself up on things, so we knew it was kind of coming. But while he was talking, she just started venturing off of the couch and just started walking and took her first steps, and all of us were just like watching. I mean, I don't know if you've seen The Office, but like when they're sitting in the office and Michael Scott is like giving this talk, doing like a motivational team thing, and they're all watching the screen, and the screensaver bouncing off yeah, and then it finally hits the corners. It finally hits the corner, and they're like, "Woo!" That's kind of like what it was like. He's like talking, and we're all watching her, and she takes her first steps, and we're like, "Yay!" And he's like, "Wait, what?" We're like, "Oh, she took her first steps," and he was like, "Oh, cool, okay." Then he just kept talking, and he ruined the moment. I was pissed. I was pissed because I couldn't like yay, and he just ruined the cheering her on and stuff, and I don't know that I'll ever get over that because that was not okay. That was not okay. I mean, it's a milestone for sure. And so he goes on, he compares himself to Nephi. Like, great, he thinks he's Nephi. Cool, whatever. And on the drive home, I remember we were like, what just happened? Like, what? And so this is kind of like the point that was like kind of leading up to like our glass shattering, or like our last straw with him, because it was just things like this kept happening. Like one time we were over at their house for like Sunday dinner, and he sat me down and he's like, "Can I talk to you about something?" And it's like, okay, what's this about? And he just started talking about, he's like, "So do you think guilt tripping is a good thing or a bad thing?" I'm like, "Well, it's bad because you're using my feel of guilt against me to get what you want." And that's what I said. And that's something that my therapist and I had already been talking about. And he is like, well, if you think about it, it's really an oxymoron, and he goes on this whole roundabout way on how he thinks guilt tripping is good, and how he thinks is like, if you feel guilt, then it means that you're doing something wrong. So is it really my fault that you're feeling guilt? Something like that. It was just horrendous. Again, my husband and I are driving home, and just what just happened? Like, what? He thinks guilt tripping is good, and he knows he does it. So, again, something that he knows he does, and he's admitting to, and we're like, oh my god, what is going on with this? And we kept like trying to fill in the gaps for him, and just kept like, well, we don't know, like, let's just keep going it easy on him. And it was like, I was still venting, and that's, again, my husband just like, he used to be more of a person that just saw the best in people. He's less naive now, and and more skeptical on things like that. So when we were going through this heartache in my marriage, he just at some point, I can't remember how he did it, but he compared himself to Jesus at one point, and I was like, excuse me? Like, he was talking about something, he was going through something at work where he, like, some coworkers didn't like him, and like gave him some feedback and stuff, and then he's like, well, people didn't like Jesus, so, and he got killed on the cross for it, but if people don't like me, then I must be doing something right.
Wow.
Like, no, if people don't like you, then you're an asshole and you should go away. Like, but he compared himself to Jesus at one point, and that was a whole thing. And I told my husband about that, and I just can't. It just still baffles me that and like at the time, at that point, I was still a believing member, so I like took to like a lot of offense to that. I was like, how dare you compare yourself to Nephi and Lehi and Jesus, and how dare you? Like, yeah. You're not any of those guys. And and like during that Lehi story, he at the movie theater, he like actually compared me and my siblings with like Lemon and Lemuel, and compared our spouses to like the sons and daughters of Ishmael, where they're like murmuring against him and stuff. Wow. And it like that really hit hard. I was like, so you think we're like evil? Like, because we thought they were evil, we were still believing. And so I was like, what kind of a parent does this? Like, that whole situation just baffles my mind. It was just unreal. And so this whole marriage thing, he started making it about himself and saving mine and his relationship. And I just remember sitting at the lunch table once with them when I was at their house, and he and my mom were talking about, well, like, if you guys get divorced, you'll make it through it. And it sounded really encouraging at the time. And then they started saying, the whole time we knew he was no good for you, and we didn't want to see you go through it. And then my dad said something along the lines of like, well, and at some point we're like, well, she made her bed, let her lay in it. And I was like, that's an odd thing to say, because I was happy. I was happy with my choice. And that was no one else's choice to make. Him at one point when I was at their house saying something like, And yeah, like, I was like, wait, so did you try to, like, break up? He's like, well, yeah, kind of at first, but, like, I was like, when? After we were married? And, well, yeah, kind of, like, at first, but, eventually I saw that you guys were just really committed to you guys, and so, I was just testing your commitment, and really, if you think about it, your level of commitment to each other was thanks to me, before me trying to break you guys up, and he had been trying to break us up, like, the entire time. Like, he admitted to me that he had tried to break us up, like, while we were dating too, and, like, had part in that. And I I was just like, I just had that moment where it was like I was in, like, his reality, and then all of a sudden it was like all the fog just was like, oh my god, what just happened? He just admitted to me that he had a part in it. So I go home. Like, it was just like one of those days that was feeling a little bit better. So I went home. And I talked to him. I was like, you're never going to believe this. Like, this is what happened. And we had already kind of been like, man, my dad's a psychopath. I actually think I told my dad one time that, I'm like, my husband thinks you're a psychopath. And, well, we were so mad at my dad that, like, we were just like, just take it. And my husband was kind of like, I don't care, tell him. I hope it hurts that guy. And awesome. he was just pissed off. So, like, he didn't, like, want to physically do anything, but he was like, sure, throw these grenades, And not the healthiest thing that we've done, but, And another thing is, like, we found out later that it's not a great thing to call out a narcissist, and it's probably more of a mistake than anything. It's just better to go, like, try and heal on your own rather than try to make them see what they're doing. So I go home, tell my husband what happened, and both of us just start ranting, and then both of us are like, wait, but this makes so much more sense now. And we actually start communicating what happened every time I would go to their house alone and every time he was alone with me. So, like, every time I would go to my house alone and get, like, we were having marital issues, so, like, I'd end up, like, talking to them. They'd give me this horrendous advice. We'd be going through this hard time, and then at some point, it's just, like, the craziest thing. He would come up to my husband and say, see, I told you she should have served her mission. And we realized that's what it's been about the whole time. That I didn't serve my mission. And so he's had it out for me. And had it out for my husband, because he's the one who, he's the one who stopped me from going on my mission. When, like, that's not really it at all. It's just, like, I really, if I'm being honest with myself, I really didn't want to go. I really didn't, like, I was terrified of going on a mission. And, like, that's partially because of my codependency. I didn't want to be away from home, and I didn't want to be away from my family. I was just, like, so enmeshed. But part of it is that I was, like, a kid, and I honestly thought, again, another way that it really, those dumb jokes affected me is I thought I was going to fail. I thought I was too dumb. I thought I wasn't going to be able to get along with people there because I already had, at that point, social anxiety. And so, yeah, and I wouldn't have changed marrying him for anything. But in a way, if I'm being really honest, I think he was a way of getting away from that, getting away from doing my mission.
And it sounds like, you knew that a mission wasn't right for you. And you had that, what we talked about yesterday, you had that, that inner knowing that
you just knew, like you were praying and you were getting that confirmation, which, you at the time, of course, we thought it was the Holy Ghost, but it was your inner conscience knowing that it wasn't what was best for you.
Right. And
You know,
I was on it, if I'm being honest, I think I was using my mission just to kind of get away from the whole breakup thing, just kind of distract myself
yeah.
from everything and just kind of give myself some space. And I'm glad I didn't go, to be honest. I mean, I hear stories every day of how traumatizing missions are. And
Gosh, me too.
I'm like, oh my God, like, and I actually think like a lot. And I'm like, thank you for marrying me. Thank you for helping me get out of serving a mission. We kind of make a joke out of it sometimes, but in all seriousness, the situation was shitty. Fast forward to, so I go no contact. We finally get to a point where like my husband is just like, I don't like he's kind of like on his way out the door. Like he wants a divorce. He's like, I can't deal with your family anymore. They've been too much of a. He almost divorced me. A lot in part of my family, and plus the codependent behaviors that I did. Like, and they're like, I did what I did. Like, I feel bad for what I did, but like that doesn't negate that I did it. It was just really rough, and then I just kind of was like, let's give this kind of a chance. Is there any way we can like try this for like 6 months without the influence of my parents? He's like, what does that mean? I'm like, meaning like we don't talk to them for 6 months. He gave me a lot of pushback, again, because his conditioning is like, oh, family is everything, and like they talk, again, his family talks about this all the time, and it's like, yeah, but your family means everything to you. My family has just been trying to destroy me. And my family has been, well, not my whole family, because like I can't discount like the good things that my a couple of my brothers had done, and so like not my whole family, but like my parents for sure. And so I kind of was like, this is what I want to do, and I want to make that clear because it was my decision, and I have found out that like just because people in the family mention things to me, and I don't care what my parents think. And they actually, that was one of the things that while we were in contact with them that they were trying to plant in my head. Like every time we kind of communicate like finances to each other, and like feeling like we couldn't do something because we were trying to save up and like be in a better financial spot, they would be like give me pushback, like, oh, he's just being so controlling. In some way, I'm like, there was kind of a way that I like framed some of my frustration as like, yeah, I want to do this, but like we're trying to save money for some stuff that we need right now, so no, we can't do this. And then they'd give us pushback like, oh, he's so controlling, and for a while, honestly, I started believing it. There's a codependency, plus they're like my parents, so of course I trust them, and so, and that also caused quite a rift in our relationship, because like part of our fights were like, I would then pass back like, oh, you're being so controlling, and then he'd be like, no, I'm not, I'm just doing this, and he was being a normal husband. He was just trying to be a normal husband, and he was just trying to communicate that he didn't feel comfortable with doing that. And there was like multiple ways, not just like finances, that they would like push back against our boundaries. And marriage is already hard as it is sometimes, like communication as a marriage, like living with another person and trying to figure all that out. But add everything else to it, it was just an impossible situation. So after we go no contact, we're earlier this year in June, I started getting into like more healing and stuff. As my body has healed more, it's allowed me to start remembering things. And we went up to visit one of my friends in Idaho, and so some things that we were talking about, and like some of the toys that we played with growing up, she had, and like some of them being Barbies. I hate Barbies now. I hate them. I hate them so much. Like, actually, like a couple of years ago, when my my mom was kind of getting rid of some of my toys, trying to clear out her house, and was like, "Do you want your Barbies for when you have kids?" And I'm like, "Well, one, I don't know if I'm gonna have a girl. Two, even if I do, I don't want her to have Barbies." And she's like, "Well, why?" And at the time, I didn't know why. I'm like, "I don't know. I just don't like Barbies." I'm like, "Give them to my niece because she'll probably love them, you know." And I think this is actually at a point when I have my daughter, so I don't know. At some point, she offered me these. I was like, "Give them to my niece. She can have a field day." Which, incidentally, now I'm thinking, I'm like, maybe that wasn't such a great idea because that's that brother's daughter.
Yeah.
So, who knows? Who knows what will happen with that? I would love to like protect her, but I don't know how yet. What I can do. I started remembering some stuff. I was already kind of like having some issues, like remembering like childhood things, such as like my great uncle. He had served time in prison, and he was, after he got out, he was living with my grandma. Was trying to remember times, and like, and at the time I didn't know why he was in prison. I know that he had been in prison. I didn't know why. Yeah. But like when I was a kid, I didn't know why he was in prison. But he, like, I later found out that he was in prison for molesting his daughter. I remember times that I was at my grandma's, and no, I was not supervised. The adults were like inside doing their own thing, or like in the living room doing their own thing, and we weren't supervised at all. And I'm like, I don't think he did anything to me. I don't remember that. But I started thinking, like, how did I get away with not? And then I learned recently that one of my cousins went to prison for molesting his stepdaughter and has struggled with pedophilia all his life. Like, in teenagers, he was, like, looking up child porn and stuff. Plus, those complicated things with my dad. And I actually forgot one of the instances when I was talking to you yesterday during the course of that part of the interview. And like there was another time, like, and it was like kind of during the time that Elizabeth Smart had been taking, and everyone like was in that wondering what happened to her, and then like kind of finding out that she had been kidnapped and married off to, I can't remember his name, sorry.
Brian David Mitchell, maybe.
Yeah, Brian David Mitchell. That sounds right. There was a time that I was pretty young. Can't remember I don't remember what age I was, but like kind of an age that I didn't know, like I didn't realize that, you know, my blinds were open, so I really should close my blinds when I'm changing, especially like when it's dark outside, because when your light is on and people could see in and stuff. I didn't like think that through. But like I went in and changed, and like a little while later, after I was done changing, my dad comes in and he like is over the top. Like I get like keeping your kids safe and like being like, hey, you know what, you really should like close your blinds when you're changing. You know, I accidentally saw you, and it's like, No, it was like a full-on lecture, like just, and I like again I felt like really stupid, and like another thing that I've come to realize though is like, but if I remember correctly, it took you a while to come in to talk to me, so therefore you were looking.
Right.
And like, and it seems really creepy, and I felt like really exposed. And he was like really over the top about it, like he maybe like blaming me for his like urges or whatever. I don't know. I think he had urges, but never acted on them that I remember, except for some of the weird things that he'd do, like with the shower stuff. Anyway, I was already struggling with all this. I'm like, how did I not get touched? Like, how did I go through life, all my childhood years, and not with all these weird things going on? So there was just like red flags I was remembering, and I was like, okay, well, nothing happened, so like don't make much of it. And then like I go to this trip to Idaho, and like it triggers a memory. I'm finally healed enough to where these Barbies I'm seeing have now triggered this memory of coming up. And I like when I was like there, I like kind of like shrugged it off. I'm like, okay, well, I'm here to visit my friend. I'm not gonna like. I pushed it away again. But like for the next week or 2 weeks, I can't remember how long. It kept popping up. It kept popping up, and it's like, okay, well, this doesn't just keep popping up for no reason. So, it must have been real. And I like started remembering that, like, this has popped up for years, and I just kept pushing it away. And but I still kept gaslighting myself, and it finally took me like, I pulled my husband aside and just said, hey, I need to talk to you about something I remembered. And he so he sits down and he's like, well, you've remembered a lot, so like he like wasn't surprised that I remembered something, but I don't think he was expecting this, but he also wasn't surprised just knowing my brother and stuff. And so I told him what happened. I think I already told the memory earlier on in my episode, but I told him what happened, and I was like, I just don't. For the last week, I've been having this memory, and it keeps popping up, and I just keep gaslighting myself out of it, and so I think it's time to I need to talk to you about it because it's not going away. It's not something that I'm just making up. I don't think it is. And the memory's starting to get a little bit more clear, but it's still so foggy. And there's a couple other things that, there's been some red flags regarding him towards my nieces too, like another brother's kids. That we already were kind of had a odd feeling about it, and I'm like, I think I need to talk to my other brothers about this, because we all have kids now, and I there's just some odd behaviors that seem groomy, and it also took me another week to even realize that him working in the talking about sex in every game, or working in a sex act with our toys. It took me another week to even acknowledge that. I was and yeah, I was groomed. That was grooming. He groomed me for years.
Absolutely.
So the first person I told was one of my other brothers. I just called him and I was like, hey, do you have a second to talk? And at first he didn't. So like we kind of scheduled a time where he had a little bit more time. And I was like, it's kind of serious. So he's like, yeah, we'll schedule a time to talk. And so we did. And on that phone call, I took my kids to a park, and they, my baby was just in the stroller, and my other kid was just playing on the playground. And I actually remember I was in an emotional wreck, and while I was on the phone, I was like crying. The sister missionaries approached me like, "Hey, is everything okay?" And in my brain, I was like, "Oh yeah, you see someone crying, so you're gonna pounce. It's like there's someone who's vulnerable. It's like caught you." And at that point, I was already like, I'm out. I was like a year out of the church, so I was like, no. And so, and it actually caught me off. I know that they're young and like they're on a mission, and missions are hard, but I was actually a little bit pissy about that situation because I am obviously on the phone. I have it up to my ear.
Right.
I am obviously on the phone. I am having this intense conversation, and they come up and interrupt it, and it's like, get some space, guys. Like, just learn some boundaries. So I'm talking to this brother, and he's like, I had wondered if something had happened over the years. He always wondered about it. I just had no idea that people knew, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. And he's like, well, he was already always doing stuff that he wasn't supposed to be doing. Like when he'd babysit us, he was like watching shows that he shouldn't have, and like just like at the age that he shouldn't have been watching them, I guess, is like more a way to put it. Like it just wasn't age appropriate shows. And he was always sneak watching stuff like, Grey's Anatomy can get kind of raunchy for like kids and stuff. I love that show. I will always love that show. But for kids, I don't want my kids in the room when I'm watching it. Yeah, he's just always sneak watching stuff that he shouldn't have, and just being really sneaky about stuff. And so I don't know if that's like the only thing there was to his suspicion, but that's kind of what he said. And then like I went to talk to the other brother of like the parent of the kids that he was targeting, and I had already mentioned to his wife like, hey, like I've had a repressed memory come up, and all I want to say, because she had like kind of confided in me like some of her intuitions about it, and not feeling okay about the way he was around them. And all I said was like, hey, I've had a repressed memory come up, and all I'm gonna say is like, keep following your intuition about it. And if boundaries need to be set, do so. And she did. I think we had already been talking about how she needed to talk to my mom and dad about like when they're watching her kids, like he's not allowed alone with them. Yeah. And they didn't take that well. That was like a whole dramatic story that I won't go into, but like basically what they said was like, my firstborn son is not a pedophile. He is not a predator. And I have to mention that because it kind of goes into, it just all intertwines together, and I can't really not share that, even though that's like more her story. I can't not share that because later on, like, things are like falling more into place, and it gets more painful. Because so I have this conversation with my brother finally, and there's some other things that lead up to that, because I mentioned before that I kind of started going to lunch with my mom, a little bit, and which I didn't know this is how I was feeling at the time. So I didn't know I was going to be facing this when I started having these lunches with her. It was just like kind of a way like, oh, I feel bad. She's kind of missing out on her grandkids and stuff. And it's just like these guilty feelings are actually normal for like going no contact with family, especially like when they're your parents and stuff. It's a normal feeling because it's like you sit there gaslighting yourself and you're just like, am I being too hard on them? Am I remembering this wrong? And you gaslight yourself. There's a lot of gaslighting yourself. Like, am I being too hard? Like, am I? But then you're like, then you kind of like get into this headspace where you just like sit with your feelings and sit with like reality and are like, okay, no, this is how it happened, and this is what's going to be best for you. So you're doing what's best for you. Just, trust yourself, and it's really hard. It's really hard to like trust yourself when you've been conditioned for so long.
That's one of the hardest things that I've found in this space is trusting myself. Like I was taught for so long to rely on, outside sources for what I should do and what I should be and all of that now it's so hard to trust myself, to trust my own intuition and trust my own ideas and validate my own ideas.
Yeah. That's hard. So it's just really hard to, and trust myself. And so, like I was at a point where I'm like, well, I'll never trust my dad again. Like, that's just like, he's gone. Like, I don't want anything to do with him. So I kind of like talked myself into like, well, maybe try having lunch with your mom. And like, if your dad shows up, then you can just walk away. Because that's what they should expect. You said you want to have a ladies' lunch with mom. That's what you said. Dave shows up and tries to insert himself into the situation, then you're gone. And there was like a lot of self-care I needed to take before I met with her, and like a lot of like prep on like, because I was trying to learn how to gray rock and stuff. I don't know if you know what gray rocking is, but it's just like not reacting to things that might get you worked up. Yeah. And just like have no reaction. Just like you might on the inside you might be like feeling awful, but don't show them any of that, because it could really make the situation worse, and they could really like feed on that, and it's just gonna give them some narcissistic supply, and that's something you want to avoid, because it kind of enables them in some way. So right. So you just don't want to show reaction. So there's like a lot of practice that went into that, and even like the first lunch, I don't think I did a fabulous job. I'm like, I came out of it, I was like, I need work. But luckily I had to ask my sister-in-law to be there. She's so supportive. Like, she's just like, I don't know that she necessarily agreed with what I was doing, but she's like, well, if it's best for you, then that's fine. Like, she was just being really supportive about it. And so like, I'm like, I kind of want to do a ladies' lunch, but I don't want to be with my mom alone. I don't trust myself, because there's still that codependency that's inside. Like, it's still a part of me. Like, I am working through it constantly, but like, and I've had a lot of practice now, but like, when you're that way for so long, it's just really hard to like break the patterns all the time. So, and like, I've gotten better, but I'm nowhere close to perfect. I think that's what I'm most afraid of, is like becoming that person again, because I didn't like who I was when I was around them.
Yeah.
I just wasn't a good person around them. So at one point, like, so I knew about this boundary that they set. My mom had invited me to go to the zoo and take my kids, and she was going to have this sister-in-law's kids with her. When I got there to the zoo, she kind of just unleashed this, like, oh, by the way, this brother and his wife and their kids are coming too. And this is the one that I had just barely had this memory come about him. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, I wish I would have known that. But of course, I'm like, I can't be too hard on, she doesn't know. I haven't talked about this. Nor am I going to. Because she is not someone who is safe to have this kind of conversation with. Like, setting boundaries is like one of the things that they fight against. Like, they throw tantrums about this stuff, like, and they always push back. I was like, okay, well, just, we'll just go about it. At least his wife is here. I get along with her okay, so I can kind of talk to her, like, small talk, although she's become more enmeshed. And so I can't talk to her about it much more than, like, and honestly, when I'm around my mom, I just, like, kind of focus on the kids. I don't talk about anything else. I just am like, well, like, these kids are, like cute, and look at that, look at what they're doing, and we just, like, focus on being in the moment.
Yeah.
And that's how I handle it, because I was like, that's the best I could do. Like, we can talk about this, and that's about it. Because anything else is about the church, or, like, what she and my dad are doing, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know it. Like, I just, and because if she starts talking about that, then it feels like I'm going to end up bringing up my becoming more codependent and talking about my stuff. And I'm like, can't go any deeper. I can't go any deeper, because it's not going to be pretty for me. It's not going to be, like, it's just going to bring more issues. Just, like, setting boundaries with myself, basically. Like, there was a point when my brother and his wife were leaving, and she had, like, we went in to see the sea lions, and there's, like, a building that you can go into and go down the stairs, and so you can look into the tank to see the sea lions. And my other brother's kids had already, like, their girls had already gone in to the building, and my mom wanted to say goodbye to my brother and sister-in-law and their kids, and had already broken the boundary right in front of me. I don't think she knew that I knew about the boundary, but I know she knew about the boundary, and I know she had to have told my brother, hey, stay here, I'm going to go say goodbye to your kids. I know that had to have happened for him to stay there. And so he was in there, like, for a couple minutes while they were inside watching the sea lions. And once I realized it, I was like, holy crap. And so I, like, ran into the building with my kids. I'm like, okay, bye, kids. I love you. Like, my niece and nephew, I just kind of, like, wave. I wave to my sister-in-law, and I go in, and I'm like, because I know he can't be alone with them. I know the boundary.
Right.
And so, and I'm just trying to protect those kids. Because, even in public places, they, if he is still behaving like that, he can still find a way to make it happen. So that's kind of how I ended up like talking to my other brother and sister-in-law about like the full details, because I wasn't going to give them the full details for a while, unless they like really needed to know. I just kind of just told her, I'm like, hey, you know what, just like follow your intuition. But then that happened, and then like this other brother, when I told them that, hey, you know what, I need to talk to you, my mom broke this boundary, and I witnessed it. I know about this boundary. I witnessed them break it, and if I was the parent, I would want to know.
Absolutely.
So it was a hard conversation, because I know that my brother wasn't really on the same page, and he was just kind of more like, I don't know that he is a predator, so like we need to stop treating him this way. It's like, whether he is or not, like if he's acting a certain way, you better bet there's going to be boundaries set if you're making me feel uncomfortable.
Right.
It doesn't matter whether he is or not. So he kind of just was giving me more pushback. So I was like, okay, well, I wasn't going to share the full details of what happened to me. All I told my sister-in-law last time I saw her is that I remembered something about my childhood, and that to keep following her intuition. But now I'm going to tell you the full story, because I think you really need to hear this. And how it happened, and that he groomed me for years, and that he ended up doing, like, ended up getting really close to, like, I don't know. I don't even know if he, like, went inside. I can't remember that. I don't remember if he came. I don't remember anything other than that. I remember him climbing on top of me, and I remember him jumping off of me because he heard my parents unlocking the door when they got home.
Right.
That's about it. So I told him like what I could remember, and of course I was very emotional, and he came and like gave me a hug, and I remember him just saying something similar to what my other brother said. He was like, you know, I knew something happened, but I didn't know what. I'm like, how did you know? And apparently, and this is kind of how I came to realize that my parents knew.
Your parents knew?
My parents knew.
Wow.
Because they'd have conversations about this stuff. So that was like the first instance of like first exposure of like my parents knew. They did nothing to protect me. They did nothing. Zero. And I also remember like when we were having a hard time with our marriage. I think this is like when it happened, but so I'm sorry everybody, I don't remember the timeline of when things were said. Like I just know that they were said. So at some point, like my dad was talking about how good of a babysitter this oldest brother was, because he had something to prove. And I was an adult when he said that. I was an adult when he said that.
Wow.
And knowing full well that this happened. Something, things like this happened. And I'm like, he was a good babysitter? Really? Like, I'm sorry, but no, he wasn't. He was doing things behind your back all the time. And, I'm sorry, but he sexually assaulted me. Like, maybe he went in, maybe he didn't. I don't know. But just the fact that we were exposed to each other, just the fact that he had touched me, I'm sorry, but no, he wasn't. Going back, sorry, just got really like emotional there. But
no need to be sorry. That's your story, and that's amazing. That's That's the hardest, when you realize that they knew and they failed to protect you.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah. So anyway, so my brother and I have this long conversation, which, like during this conversation, he confessed something to me, and what he did to me was like inappropriate. And that's like all I'll say about that. But he did apologize. He said, like, I never did anything like this again. I did talk to the bishop about it at the time. And no, he didn't come and talk to me through this repentance process, quote unquote repentance process, which is, by church standards, that is supposed to be part of making restitution, is talking to the person that you wronged. And no, he didn't talk to me. But so there's this apology that he made, which is really important to know about, because and I'll get to why it was important. So after this conversation, we just have this long, like, it felt really healing. It felt actually really good to talk to this brother, because we had, like, not been able to, like, really talk deeply to each other for a long time. And I felt pretty good about the conversation. I was, and it was just really nice to be able to connect with him on a deeper level, especially where I felt like he was more of a protective brother growing up, and I kind of missed that. And honestly, this confession that he made was like, I mean, yeah, it was inappropriate, but it kind of makes sense of, like, the timeline. I do remember it, like, I don't remember the actual thing happening to me, but I do remember that there was a time that he pulled back. We didn't have the relationship we used to have at all. And I think, honestly, that's a part of why I believe that he really is sorry, and that I believe that he never did anything like it again, is because he pulled back from me, because he was trying to protect me from doing something like that again. I honestly think it was just like a slip up and a mishap. I'm at a point where I feel like I do forgive him, but again, I don't know if I'm gonna, like, what I'm gonna feel when I remember. So
Yeah, there's always processing time, and
yeah. So
yeah, that's
and I'll give myself that self-care, but I think I can still, like, maintain, like, my forgiveness, like, and just be like, I'm kind of having some hard feelings, like, just taking space for myself during that time. If and when I remember. I don't even know if I'll remember any of it, so we'll see. So later, in August, my nephew, we got a new nephew from this older brother. They just did that. So I actually contacted his wife. I'm like, hey, I want to come see my nephew. And so we set up a time, and I kind of have to do some self preparation, because and, like, before I get into this, like, there was another conversation that was had between the two brothers, like my oldest brother and the one I had that long conversation with, and so between those two times, and I actually had my oldest brother blocked on my phone, because I didn't want to receive any calls from him. I was just not in the space to deal with it. And yeah, I am mad. I am angry. I was angry then. I still am. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but so I go over to see their son, that was just born. And when I get there, he's kind of waiting for me at the door, and he's like, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?" And he like just kind of pulls me into a bedroom at their house, and no, he didn't do it again. Sorry, I just heard myself say that he pulled me into a room. So, no, he made an attempt at an apology, and he said something like, "Hey, I've heard you're going through a hard time. I wish you would have like come and talked to me about it first." And I was like, I don't know, maybe I could have done better with that, but I don't know. Like, I've already been seeing some red flags with him where, like, if you give him, like, feedback about anything, he blows up into a temper tantrum. I've been seeing a lot of the same red flags in him as my dad. Like, one time he called his son stupid in front of me. I told, like, for doing something that he didn't even do. And that, like, sure, maybe it looked like he did that, but he didn't. And it was just basically like, so his older sister was sick, and my brother just thought he took a drink of her water while she was sick, and he's like, don't drink her water. And then he's like, you stupid boy. And I honestly, I looked at it and I'm like, because he like just moved it aside from, because he wanted to play in that area. I'm like, honestly, I don't think he drank it. I think he was just moving the bottle. And so honestly, I think you owe your son an apology. He looks at me and looks at his son, and then he like shrugs and says, meh, and then goes back to what he's doing.
Oh my goodness.
And so he's already like repeating some of the same patterns, like, and I was pissed. Like, I didn't say anything more, but I was pissed. Like in that moment, I was like, well, you did what you could. Like, if you talked more about it, then it would have just caused a fight, and he still wouldn't have apologized. Right. So, I mean, I just feel for his kids. I really do. I'm just like, I mean, all I can do is, like, when they come over, all I can do is just, like, love them and, like, show them what love looks like, and that they don't have to be treated this way, and that they can be respected, and have someone that can respect them, because they're people too. And they have a good mom. I do like my sister-in-law a lot, but so I do still have a lot of respect for her, but like there's still a part of me, I'm like, like, if you need someone to talk to, you can talk to me. Like,
yeah,
I'll be that person. I just want to create a safe space for them. And I still want, like, no, I'm not going to mention any of this to his kids ever. Like, because what's going on between me and my brother is, like, not their business. They don't need to know. They don't need to any more trauma than what they already have. And they just need to know that this is a safe space. And I want their parents to be able to know that, like, look, we may have our issues, but I still want our kids to be friends. And that's not going to come, I don't want that to come between our kids. Because I know that my daughter loves their kids. She's always like, hey, can they come over and play today? And I'm always, like, really hesitant. And I was like, I really need to work on that. I'm like, I need to get over myself. And just, like, if she wants to play with them, then she can play with them.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to find a way through that. But, so he starts in with this apology, and he's like, okay, well, I see that you've been remembering this, some things, and I just want to say I'm sorry, and like I did talk to the bishop, and I was like, okay, but like, because at this point I had already started listening to Latter-day Survivors. It's actually been really helpful. But I listened to Dana's story, and where she was, Tom was apologizing to her, and she didn't like ever say out loud what he was needed to apologize for. And I actually like kind of took that. I was like, okay, I'm gonna make him say it though. Like if he ever apologized to me, I'm gonna make him say it. And when I was like, he's like, yeah, I remember we were in the. So, just for perspective, what my memory was that we were in his bedroom, and we were playing doctor, pants off, and he started climbing on top of me.
Yeah.
That's my memory. He said that we were in the guest bedroom, totally different room, and that we were playing a game, and that he had me lift up my shirt, and he saw my chest and my breasts, I guess. Whatever. I'm still so like ingrained in me, like, oh, don't make it too like graphic. Anyway, he saw my, I still have the Mormon indoctrination stuff. It's, people always say like, it's so weird to hear you like swear. It's like hearing a little kid swear, and they always laugh at it. I'm like, well, fuck you, because whatever. But it always catches people off guard when I swear. I get a kick out of it too, so it's fun for everyone. But it's like, yeah, that's right, I swear now. So completely different situation, which kind of like oh, okay, that's not what I remember. I told him that's not what I remember, and I told him what I remember, and he's like, I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember it that way, though. So at least he wasn't, like, completely gaslighting me, like, saying, oh, nothing like that ever happened. Like, he didn't say that. So that kind of caught me off guard. I was like, okay, well, he didn't say it didn't happen. He didn't necessarily deny it, you know. But he did the same, like, the red flag to me was that his apology was so similar to my other brothers. He's like, I talked to the bishop about it. I never did anything like it again. And I actually mentioned to him in that conversation, but things like that did happen again because you realize you groomed me. And, like, every time that you played with me, you were obsessed with sex. You were talking about sex, like, every time you and I were alone together. And working it into every game you played. And he just was like, well, I just saw it as educational. And my brain broke then for a second, and I was still, like, caught off guard. And I was like, well, this is abnormal for my brother. He never apologizes even to his son when I caught him, like, blaming him for something he didn't even do, and I told him to apologize, and he wouldn't apologize, even for little stuff. So I was so caught off guard in that moment. I was like, okay, well, but he just kind of, like, even then just justified the grooming, and that was a red flag to me, and I didn't know what to say to that, and I just, like, and I didn't want to just straight up say, like, well, I forgive you because you apologized. No, like, I knew, I'm like, I'm going to need time to process this because I can't tell you how long I'm going to be angry. I can't tell you how long it's going to take you. I don't know if he'll forgive you. I don't know how long it will take me. And then he just kind of said, well, yeah, I kind of get that, so just take your time. So, and then that caught me off guard too, because I was expecting like a blow up of, oh, why can't you just forgive and let things go? And because that's normally what I get from him. That's kind of been like all through childhood. He's said stuff like that. And so I just so caught off guard, and then like, so we kind of like go in the living room area where his son is, and they hand me the baby, and I'm like holding him, and he's like, well, you know, it really hurt me that you guys were like you went to our siblings first and didn't come straight to me, and it just felt like a knife was like stabbed in the back by you. So he was like just playing a victim card, just like making himself a victim, saying that, and he's like, and you know, I just felt like I could, like, you know, I can't trust any more of my siblings. That was the last one that I could trust, and now I don't trust any of them.
Jeez.
And so that one to me was a red flag. I was like, oh, okay, that I'm like, I'm sorry, but this is a huge thing. Like, and I was going to them as support. And I ended up apologizing to him, for God's sake. Like, and then it kind of brought out more of a codependent side of me, because I kind of like felt for him. I was like, well, I guess I could have done that better. Like, I guess I could have come to him first. I don't know. But, and honestly, I don't know that I would like change the order, because this kind of whole situation kind of like brought out like who he truly was. And then like, I remember before leaving, I just said, you know, like, I'm still at a spot that I don't want my information shared with mom and dad, and I have to call the mom and dad around him, because he'll just go tell them, oh, she's not even calling you mom and dad, and you know, and again, normally I don't, but that's just the easiest way to give them like pseudonyms in this. So, and for people to like connect the dots on who they are and how they're related to me. So,
I understand that, and I think, I mean, him being upset that you didn't go to him first, you had every right to follow whatever path you did for your healing. You know, like, you've brought up many ways that he's had lots of red flags even as an adult, so it's not like you even felt like anything would be accomplished coming to him.
No, I didn't. He doesn't apologize for anything, and he like denies everything. Normally if like there was an instance where he knocked one of my nieces down the stairs when she was a baby, and he instead of apologizing, he just made excuses like, oh, I didn't know she was there, and like, why is she in my way anyway? And I mean, like, just apologize. Just apologize. This conversation would be over if you would just apologize and mean it. Like, that's all there is to it. But like, he just makes excuses and just and bitches about it forever. And I mean, there's other situations that I could share, but like, I won't, because again, partially not my story to tell. It's just kind of examples at this point of like things he does, behaviors, and like this is like out of the normal. But like, I actually, the biggest red flag of all to me, like what got me questioning it was like, when I said that boundary, like, I don't want my information shared with mom and dad. And I'm just not at that point yet. He's like, well, okay, I can do that, but I'll at least tell them that I got the chance to apologize. And I was like, in my brain, I was like, okay. So I'm like, does that mean that it was only for his image, like to show them that he took that action? And that's exactly what it was. So this whole thing was a full apology. And to be honest, so like I went home and I'm like we kind of had a little bit more of a conversation and just things that I had been going through, kind of had talked to his wife about some things that him and his wife about some things that red flags about my parents, and of course like the invalidation stuff, wouldn't you be happier if you were happy or anything like that. I actually kind of brought that up just to see what he would say. And part of it was my codependency. My codependency started up. So I'm like, so if I'm acting like this in front of this brother, who is 10 times more manipulative, I would never survive.
Right.
I would snap back in an instant, and it's not pretty. And so I'm like, oh, and this is why I can't go back. And so, but I get home and I actually texted him and I was like, thanks for that conversation. It was actually really healing and blah, blah, blah. And I actually regret sending that text. And he's like, yeah, thank you too. I agree. It was very healing and I hope we can talk more. Oh, and before we left, he asked me if I could unblock him now. And I did, because I was just in this headspace of I think that was it wasn't the best, but maybe we could work on it. And so but just as I got home, I sent that message, and I sat there for an hour or two just processing and think, and that social anxiety that I mentioned earlier, a lot of the time it can be a real big pain in the ass, because you sit there going through every conversation you've ever had in your head. It's really annoying. It's really annoying, but in this one instance, I'm kind of grateful for it, because without it, I wouldn't have been going through this conversation in my head. And it's kind of a weird thing to say. I'm so grateful for social anxiety. No, not really. Just in this one instance, I was. Because I would have never realized there were just so many red flags in that conversation for a full apology, and that he was just doing that for see, I apologize and she's still angry, so she has something wrong with her. It's on her now. And it's the whole idea in the church too about if someone apologizes and you don't forgive, then now the sin is on you.
Yeah.
And so I know that there's that whole thing, but since I'm out, I'm just no, I don't have to forgive him. There's nothing wrong with me for not forgiving him for something, especially for something big like that. And it just all the red flags, and I start talking to my husband about it, and at first it's actually funny because I start talking to him about it, and I come home, I'm like, yeah, I think it went pretty well. And I start talking to him about it, and he's like, you realize that was a full apology, right? And well, there was some real red flags, but I think we can work on it. I think we're starting to heal. He's like, no, that was completely a full apology. And as I told him more about it, he started to get angry, because he's like, oh my gosh, if I were there, I'd be like, And he's like, he did a victim card, like, right after you guys came out. Like, and he's just like, and so I sit there for a second, and I'm like, oh my God, you're right. That was a faux apology, and I've been had. And I felt awful because I just sent this text to him saying, thanks, that was a healing conversation. And actually, as I was really realizing this, I was like, I actually felt 10 times worse. I feel even more angry now.
Yep.
And especially and I already didn't feel too good about the grooming thing was just, he just saw it as educational. You do realize that that's like a common pedophile thing to use. Like, pedophile, that's normal for them to justify their behavior. And that's something that Warren Jeffs used, with his daughter Rachel Jeffs, when in the letters he wrote to her, and apologizing, just saying, I was just trying to teach you about marriage and stuff, and justifying the years of sexual abuse. That is exactly the same thing. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. He's using the exact same things. And so I don't know that he has done anything to anyone else, but there's suspicion. And then there's the instance that I actually I had that question, has he done anything to anyone else? Oh my God, what about my friends that I had over? And I have reached out to a couple of them. So far, I haven't really come up with anything except for one time, we were playing a game in the pool and they kissed underwater, but I don't know if that was coerced or not. I don't know. Yeah. That was the extent of it. And I was like, nothing else? And she's like, no. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I just left it because I was gonna push her for answers. But I reached out to another friend, and she said, well, he didn't do anything, but I remember and this would have been when I was 12, 13, 14. Maybe 11. So 11, 12, 13, those years. And my friend would come over and she would want to play, and they're like, okay, well, you can't play when you're upstairs, you can't be alone with downstairs, you can't if we're not home, you can't be over here. And so I was like, well, that's kind of odd. And I was like, was that just because I wanted to clarify, was it just my oldest brother, or was it with my all my brothers? And she said no, it was with they didn't have a problem with me playing in the same room as your other brothers. And in that instance, when I got so angry, I kind of slapped the laptop shut, because I was talking to on Messenger on Facebook via laptop, so I slammed my laptop shut, and my husband's in the other room, and he's working. I just burst into his room. I was like, I am so mad right now. And he's like, he was on mute for a work call, and it wasn't a part of a conversation that he wasn't a part of anyway, so he just put himself on mute. He was like, can I talk to you in a few minutes about this so I can wrap up this call? It should be over soon. I was like, oh, sure. So I go upstairs, and I'm just so mad. I'm just kind of processing, waiting for him. And I was like, I don't know what to do. So he comes out, and he's like, what is going on? And I show him the message. The messages. And both of us are like, oh my God. They knew the entire time, pretty much. That we know of. I know there's a part of my oldest brother's life, that he, like, in his teenage years, that he talked about how he was abused with my parents. So that might be, like, kind of when they found out, or maybe they caught him in the act. But I don't know. I don't know, like, how they knew, but they knew. And I have so many memories of times that I was still left alone in the house with just him, and I just felt like so betrayed and so unprotected, and they just didn't really care. And I was actually talking to one of my friends about this, and she's like, I wonder if, like, they did that because they were, like, with your friends, like, they could go tell their parents and it could come back on them, like, legally. But since you're their child, like, it doesn't make it right. But, like, since you're their child, there's not, like, much that you can do. So I don't know. It still affects me. I'm just, like, pissed off. And ever since I went no contact, there's been times when they've tried to, like, drop by. They've tried to drop off gifts. They keep trying to call. They keep trying to get in contact with me. And honestly, it always sends me into a panic, but, like, I never answer. I have them blocked on my phone. But, like, there was one time I was getting ready for my daughter's birthday party, and and this is, like, shortly after I had this conversation with my oldest brother, and my dad shows up at my house, and I'm trying to get everything ready for my daughter's party, and there's a Amazon package that I'm expecting with another decoration. And I was legitimately, like, kind of just sitting around waiting for this specific decoration so I could put it up because the party was the next day. And my dad just shows up, and I had a notification on my phone saying that my Amazon package is, like, 10 minutes out. And so, like, 10 minutes later, I hear a knock at the door. So I opened the door. Didn't even check who it was, because I was expecting it was going to be Amazon. I really needed that package. And no, it was my dad. And I just kind of, like, put my finger up, like, just saying just a second, and then, like, closed the door, locked it, and then, like, went around the house and locked the whole house. I don't trust them. When they're over at my house, everything gets locked up. We go into lockdown and everything. I go downstairs and I tell my husband, oh my God, that was a mistake. He's like, I thought I heard you open the door. Like, I did. And then I closed it. And he just kind of laughed, like, he was like, just go gray rock him, like, you can do this, like, just take a few deep breaths, and so I went out, and I just, like, he just basically said, hey, I heard you're going through some tough things, and I wanted to come over and check on you. Again, start setting, like, an intention, but there's also a hidden intention which he sneaks in. He's like, and I also thought there was some advice that I could give. One thing that pissed me off in that moment was, like, you don't even want to hear my story? You don't want to hear my side? And in my mind, I know that my brother has his narrative, which, by the way, his narrative is completely different from mine. And if mine, I have realized since then, if mine is true and his is true, he didn't do it just the once. Plus, we have the grooming. Plus, there's, like, through teenage years, he, like, I haven't even mentioned this part, he would kind of, like, I would catch him staring at my breasts sometimes. And when I would catch him, he'd kind of like pretend like he was going to touch it and like kind of be joking about it. Just so creepy. And he's done that into adulthood too. I don't think the behaviors have stopped, which is my biggest concern. It's because he's still done some weird things to me. And there's probably things that I'm not even remembering. Like, I can only remember the one instance. But I don't even remember his instance. It could be true because, like, there were quite a few times that we were playing, like, with toys in the, like, or games in the guest bedroom. So, like, that could completely be true. But that would make his apology false. Because he said, like, I only did it the one time. I went to the bishop. I never did anything like it again. Which, another thing that is a red flag is that I kind of, like, I don't know this, but I wonder if my other brother kind of mentioned an apology that he made. Because it sounded almost exactly the same. Going back to when my dad's at my front door, he's like, he doesn't even want to hear my side. And I know that my brother's narrative is going around the family because I've heard what his narrative is from himself. And I'm wondering, like, and I actually feel I resonate with Dana so much on this. Like, it's like, oh, well, they think I am crazy for, like, pulling this against my brother, but they only know his side of the story. And I resonate that with how she felt the entire, like, and I actually re-listened to her episode. I actually think after his apology, I actually listened to her part 2, because I think I only listened to part 1 before the apology, and I listened to part 2, and I'm like, yes. And it was like actually putting a name. It was helping me put a name to my emotions. And this podcast has been so helpful on so many levels for me.
It's the same. It's been huge for me too. So healing. So helpful.
Yeah. It's so helpful. It's been kind of giving it, like, me perspective on even how to be in tune with my body and my feelings and my emotions.
It's so validating as well to know that others have been there, and others, like you said, it helps put words to it, because sometimes, like, when we're little, we don't have words for what happens to us. We don't have words for that narcissistic abuse. We don't have words for the sexual abuse.
No, especially us who grow up with a narcissist who is so unfeeling, and you have no way to even know how to put words to it because you're just expected to be happy all the time.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Was I more to?
No, that's exactly just what I was saying. It's
yeah. I mean, so there's like that whole thing, and so he just offered advice, and I immediately was like, you know what? I'm not interested. I'm not talking to you about anything deep. We can talk, we can sit and talk, but I'm not talking about anything deep. He's like, okay. So, like, we sit down, and he's like, so, how have you been? I'm like, okay, well, you kind of know I haven't been great. What a weird question. And kind of did some small talk, and I don't know, it might have been weird, but, like, I kind of mentioned, like, because he's lost weight, and I'm like, you lost a little bit of weight. Good job. Like, so I said, but then it's like, so what can we talk about? Like, not anything deep. I'm not going into anything deep with you. I said that solid. It's like, well, I don't know if you know this, but, like, we went on a vacation this year. Do you want to hear about it? And I'm like, sure, go for it. I didn't see anything wrong with that. I was like, fine, whatever.
Right.
Honestly, I tuned most of the conversation out. I think I've become good at, like, dissociating on purpose too, because like I have been like just kind of survival, because I like there were times in that conversation I would like kind of tune back in. I was like, oh, this sounds like it's gonna go into like some sort of analogy, and it's gonna like be his way of like trying to like sneak in his advice anyway. So, and he sometimes does that. He also, like, I don't think I mentioned this before, but like he also has a way of like, if you're like, he's trying to talk to you and you don't want to talk to him about something certain, he has a way of cornering you in too. He can be really aggressive, and try and make you force him to listen to him. And try to sneak things in when you're like adamant that you don't want to talk about it. I kind of am like dissociating, and then I kind of like undissociate so I can like ask him like a question that pertains to what he's saying, so that he can think that I'm listening, but I'm like not on purpose. It's just like kind of like the like, don't listen to it. It's not gonna be any good for you. Like, and you're gonna have to process this later. And I just in like survival mode, and kind of like dealing with my mistake of answering the door in the first place. And while we were talking, the Amazon guy shows up. I was like, thanks, dude. Could have showed up before this guy.
That's awesome.
But yeah. So, yeah, and then like at the end of the conversation, he basically is like, well, can we do this again? And I just was like, well, I'm going, like you said, I'm going through a lot right now, and I'm not in a space to deal with you. So if there's ever a time that I do want to like talk to you, or like do something like this again, and then I'll reach out to you. But for now, just leave me alone. You know, like I just told him if I wanted it, I would reach out to you. But that doesn't really stop him. He still tries to reach out to me, and so, and that brings us up to like current. So, I think I've covered everything. But
well, you have done a fabulous job. There's a lot to your story, and there's so many ins and outs, and
yeah,
I'm sure afterwards you're going to even be like, oh no, I forgot something else. You know, it's there's always so much. And one thing you had said that when we were talking before, how it was hard to put everything in chronological order.
Yes.
But stories like this, you almost can't put it in chronological order, because you know, something happens at this time, and then later on something happens, and it connects the dots between the two.
Yeah.
A lot that happened in between that had nothing to do with A and B, but those two dots connected one another. So
yeah,
it doesn't even matter. Like
and part of it, the way that it was hard to put it in chronological order, is that I realized the trauma. I realized the trauma 2 years ago.
Right.
So, like. And I still don't remember a lot of it. And like when there's so much fog still, there's not really a possible way to put it chronologically.
Right. And it's hard when you don't realize, you know, like you said, it was recent that you realized that you faced this abuse and everything. I don't know. I recently read a book, and I forget who it was written by, but I forget her name, but it was called "I'm Glad My Mom Died."
And it was I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, it was written by the girl that played, I think, Sam on iCarly.
Oh, I haven't seen that in years.
The blonde girl.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. She was. The book is amazing. And she talks about how her mom was abusive her whole life, but she didn't realize it until she was an adult, and until after her mom had already died. And she was going to therapy, and her therapist was like, you realize that was all extreme abuse, you know, narcissistic abuse and all that.
And she got angry because she was like, no, my mom did everything for me. Like she did, it wasn't until she was able to put it in perspective that it was abuse. And it was just recently that she's processing that abuse and realizing how much it affected her life when she didn't realize it before.
Right. And it does affect your life. You don't know that you're being abused, but it affects it negatively. And even though like you're pushing down those emotions, it comes out in some way. And it often comes out in self-destructive behaviors or like in chronic pain, or your, like you said, like your body takes score. Or someone said that. It might have, that might have been like a podcast I was listening to earlier.
Yeah.
I was listening to Sister Teeth before this one. I came on here.
That was a really good one.
It was a really good one.
But that was a really good one. And yeah, the body does keep the score. That's another good book, The Body Keeps the Score, that, it's been proven that people that face trauma have more physical ailments too, because, the body keeps the score. Even if you don't remember your trauma, your body does.
Right.
And it can only take so much stress. And when you go through that trauma, you kind of live your life in that fight or flight, and you're stuck there, and it's really hard on you. It's really hard. Even if you realize it.
Yeah. It takes a toll. And then so I have this thing when I'm anxious, my throat starts talking to me, and I've finally been able to link it to anxiety. I've had it all my life, and I couldn't realize why it was doing that. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not hungry, but I'm growling. But it's normally when I'm feeling anxious that it comes up, and I'm like, oh, I've finally been able to link where that has come from. There was something else I wanted to add. Oh yeah. So yeah, I've been to kind of deal with some of my trauma. I've actually started, I came on here. That was helpful. I've started listening to podcasts and listening to books. I actually I've been listening to another one because I'm trying to reparent myself, and it's really hard to raise kids and reparent yourself, because it's great. No, I'm not going to be a good parent because I didn't have good parents, so I don't know how to, do it. So I've actually been listening to a good book called it's called Raising Good Humans. I think that's what it's called. And so listen to a lot of good books, a lot of self-help books, and that's part of my self-care. I just listen to it while I'm working. I've also and I haven't released any music yet, but I've actually had a lot of good song ideas off of it. I'll just be thinking of a situation, and something will pop into my head, and it just stays there. But I haven't been able to write music for years because normally when I get a good song idea, I'm like, oh, that's good, I should write that down. I'll sit down and it's gone. It's really hard to do that. So I'm at a point now where I think I've healed enough where I can kind of remember it enough to where I can at least get my phone out and record it.
Yeah.
And record what my idea is, what words need to go into it, what the tune I'm thinking of is to go along with it. And then I can then sit down and write the rest of the song later.
That's awesome.
And that's how I've been able to handle that. But I'm hoping at some point I can get those out on something. But I'm also getting help with writing background music to these melodies from one of my friends. It gives me a lot of anxiety to actually write chords and actually write music, and there's a whole thing on that. that's another part of my trauma, is that like all my ideas were like dumb. Like I always felt like my ideas were dumb, and I think a lot of that was attributed by my mom. She was a music major at BYU, and that's what she graduated in, was music. And it, like, I don't think that was a good thing. Because she was always like critical of, even when I was like practicing violin growing up, like it would be like my first time playing, and she'd just be like, well, that didn't sound right. It's like, yeah, because it's my first time playing the song. Like,
Oh, geez.
it's not gonna sound perfect the first time.
Yeah.
And like, or like, even my dad would come in and be like, oh, you're flat. It's like, yeah, that's what practice is for. You walked in on me practicing. It's not gonna be perfect.
Right.
So, yeah, and like there was like a whole situation like when I was in middle school, like 7th grade, we had a science project where like we had like 5 options to choose from, and one of the options was like writing a song about recycling, and you could like I think I remember it in class, like she described like you can get the tune from like an already written song, just like write your own lyrics to it.
Yeah.
And so I already had like a song idea in mind. I was like, oh, it's gonna be a great idea. Like when I was in class, I was like already like getting this idea. Like, what am I gonna do for this? Okay, like I think I already have a song idea in mind, because at the time my favorite song was "This One's for the Girls," and I was just gonna like, it was gonna be really cool because it was gonna be like "This One's for the Earth" and stuff. And I get home and she wants to know more about the project, and like I'm describing it to her, and she's like, well, it says right here in the instructions that it needs to be an original song. I'm like, yeah, but she clarified that, and she's like, are you sure? And like starts gaslighting me of what like the teacher specified, and like
Oh, jeez.
Ended up like it felt like she just kind of hijacked that project, and this happened often, like where it just felt like she would hijack my projects. And like for the science fair, I ended up doing like some sort of science project about candles and how fast they burned. Like if a certain color burned faster than another one. But honestly, that one, like I really didn't know what I was gonna do with that one. I just felt like whatever I was gonna do was gonna be stupid. Again, that whole, like, I just really thought I was stupid, and I believed that.
That's so sad.
So she hijacked that project, and she ended up helping me write a new tune for the song. We still kind of like kept the theme, so I guess there's that, but we ended up doing like a whole song from scratch. And I just remember like I just didn't like, I never really liked that song because it just didn't feel like it was me. It just felt like she just took me out of it.
Yeah.
And I think I wrote maybe like 2 lines of the melody, 2 lines of the song. And I don't know. And then I get to school and everyone else had done like lyrics to our existing song, just like I said that the teacher had explained. And it was like, well, that's just great. So
Yeah. That's crazy.
And so that's actually what the first song is about, and it's just called "I Think That This Belongs to You." And it's basically, that's why I named it, is because that ended up getting sent to state, or the district. I think it got sent to the district, because it was like they liked it a lot, and so I ended up getting a trophy for it. But I just never felt like I was like, I don't feel like I really deserve this because
your mom took it
I didn't
over.
write it. I didn't write it.
Wow.
So.
Wow. I like that you added in that story. That's crazy. And I love that you're writing music now and you're taking ownership.
Yeah, I love it too.
That's fantastic. I hope that you do release some someday. I would love to hear
I hope so, but it's like there's a lot of like, even like now I'm getting like so much anxiety about even like sharing my story. I'm like, oh my gosh, can't believe I'm doing this. Like there's so much anxiety of like being vulnerable and everything, and
it's scary, but and I know if you've listened to our podcast before, you've heard other hosts say this as well.
Yeah.
There's so much power in telling your own story and then going back and listening to it and listening to you tell your story in your voice.
Yeah.
Hearing it. There's so much power to that. And obviously I know you're, definitely doing better with self-care and everything. Take self-care. Take your time listening to it. Sometimes you might need to take a break and then go back to it later because it can be a lot.
Yeah, I know. And so it'll probably be a lot to like go back and listen to it, but
well, I
know it'll help. So
I can't tell you how grateful we are that you agreed to be on the podcast and to share your story. It's just like you found healing and help in hearing other people's stories. I have no doubt that other people will get that same healing in listening to your story and will feel that validation that they need so gratefully too.
Yeah.
So this is fantastic.
And that's, I actually don't know if I shared I actually meant to like set up intentions before like we got into everything, but that's part of my intentions is that I think healing is just so important for everybody that has gone through trauma. And all I want to do is help them know that it's okay to acknowledge the dark spaces within yourself. It's okay to acknowledge, like where you've been and things that have happened to you, and acknowledge it as abuse, and like put responsibility where responsibility is due. Maybe you did stuff, but like other people had part in that, and it's important to like put responsibility where it's due.
Right. That's fantastic. I agree.
Thank you for joining us on Latter-day Survivors. You can find us on the web at latterdaysurvivors.org. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok at Latter-day Survivors, and we're on Twitter at LD Survivors. As survivors of trauma and abuse, we wanted to provide a platform for survivors to share their stories. Many survivors of all types of abuse may be able to recognize and relate to the patterns of behavior in the victims, abusers, families, and friends of the stories shared by other survivors on this podcast. Often, as we escape oppressive family, religious, and social constructs to a safer place where we come to see our abuse and all related issues, we are better able to process and begin to heal. We believe that when we share our stories with others, we can also help them to heal. It can take decades for survivors to find the courage to speak about these things. If it is so hard for adults, imagine how difficult it is for a child to speak up. We hope to normalize these discussions so that children can speak to adults earlier. As adults, we must listen and recognize the severity of the abuse, its potential consequences, and the need for action to stop the abuse as early as possible. Just knowing we are not alone, that there are other people who have felt and do feel the same or have endured similar experiences in life can remind us that we are not alone in this.
Oh my child, I know you're hurt and you can't let go. It's not your fault and you don't deserve all the bad and the hurt. I know you tried so hard. your time. How much longer will you suffer in this life? But don't give up, just hold on tight. It'll be alright. All your life you've tried to be a good man inside. Did everything that you thought you should. Didn't seem to do you any good. I know you've tried so hard. I know you've done your part. It's not fair. You did your time.